Federal Communications Commission has determined the following content to be emotionally harmful.
Funny things that you think's funny aren't funny.
Give me cocks all the time. I want cocks all over me.
The Alan Cox Show kicks ass, man.
Welcome.
Show me what you got.
You're not going to see a lot of cocks on TV.
Alan Cox from the Alan Cox Show.
I don't know what it's about you, but I can't even stand your voice.
I think you're the biggest asshole alive.
It's gonna be a great show.
Let's kick it. I'll say kick it, and you'll just kick it with a tasty groove, okay? 1, 2, 3, kick it. Kick it. Come on. God damn it. Could you one time kick it? What the?
Alan Cox.
Here we go. He'll ad-lib. He'll be fine.
It's the Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS.
All right, hey, what's going on? Good afternoon. Welcome. We're back live today and for the foreseeable future. Well, we'll be out live this week, Rob, for Guardians playoff baseball. That's exciting.
Hell yeah.
Rob Anthony's here.
What's up, man?
My name is Alan Cox. Welcome. Here at 72,000 watt WMMS, whatever the hell we are. We are in the business, of course, of creating what they refer to as theater of the mind. Now, some people will prefer to say theater of the mind, but okay, you do you. So I want you, wherever you are, I want you to engage with me here in a little bit of theater of the mind, right? Imagine that you are flying somewhere and you are trying to have a calm journey on your flight, right? There's nothing but the ambient noise of the flight behind you, and you're sitting there, a little anxious about your trip, maybe your destination, want to make sure you got all your boxes checked. But the best part of the flight is it's calm, it's entirely quiet. You can be awash in your own thoughts. I know that terrifies some people, but you can be awash in your own thoughts, and that's the best that you can hope for, which is why I'm so pleased that's exactly the experience that our own Rob Anthony had on his flight down to Florida. Was it there or back?
I'm sorry, did you say the opposite of that experience?
No. My understanding, we were texting, you said, God, I've never been on a more peaceful flight. And I was like, oh, good, because a lot of emotions, death in the family. Rob was in Florida for a few days to comfort his dear mother. And so that had to feel good to be on a flight that was entirely stress-free.
It was beautiful. It was wonderful. I've never in my life paid for the internet on a flight, and I did it just so I could text you that video.
Mm-hmm.
I have...
How much did texting me that video cost?
$8.
Wow.
For a 2-hour flight.
Yep.
But you know what? It was so worth it because I wasn't drinking because I had to get off the plane and I had to drive. But
you were flying back into Canton.
I was flying back into Canton from Orlando.
Mm-hmm.
It started in the terminal.
Yeah.
This kid, maybe, I'm going to guess, a touch under 2 years old. He's walking, so around that, falls and smacks his face.
Mm-hmm.
Cries.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, crying. The parents keep taking balls of, paper towel and just shoving it in the kid's face. And they're holding his head still, so the kid's just freaking out.
Balls of towels in the kid's face.
Trying to see where the blood is. And it's the grandparents, I assume, and the parents and this kid.
They're all coming back probably from Disney.
Oh, the most magical goddamn place in the world. Every kid is miserable. They've had a week of different routines. The world sucks, and they all were on the same flight as me.
When you take those flights, because we've gone to Orlando for spring break in years past, when you take those flights to Orlando, there and back, it's not going to be calm at all. And I have nothing but sympathy, I got to tell you, for these parents who are just frazzled.
I wish I did.
They're trying to show their kids a good time. They're taking out second mortgages on their homes. They're going into debt for this once-in-a-lifetime trip, And it's it's not a vacation for the parents.
No.
It's not even remotely a vacation for the parents. And so, yeah, it's really annoying.
And all the kids are freaking out.
Yeah.
There's probably, when I got on board, there's probably 10 kids crying in different parts of the airplane.
You were probably one of the only solo riders on that flight.
Oh, I was, yeah, for sure. Yeah. And I'm sitting up towards the front naturally. And
Rob's in first class.
Just to see what I couldn't get in for this flight, so I was in that first row after first class.
Normally, Rob flies out of Burke.
Yes, private.
This time, yeah.
Yeah, but I couldn't get a private, so I had to fly.
Couldn't get a PJ, so he
fly
had
with
to
the commoners.
like the cattle cart in the sky.
Exactly.
Right? He's up there with the hoi polloi. It's not really how he normally goes about it.
And the reason I couldn't sit in those first class seats is because this particular family that I started telling you about have all of those seats. Okay? There's others. There's obviously others. There's aunts and uncles and all that stuff. They're all together. So this kid cries from the second the plane takes off until 13 minutes before the freaking plane lands.
Yeah.
I swear to God, on descent, the kid fell asleep.
Yeah.
And it wasn't like a cry.
He tuckered himself out.
For 2 goddamn hours straight. And it wasn't crying.
Imagine living with the kid.
It was just a scream.
Like a screeching whale the whole time.
And then he would scream. And then he would scream. And then he would scream. Do you have that?
Oh, I
have it. I have it right here.
I've got it. Yeah.
Oh, it was insane. I captured, like, if this was what it was, it would be peaceful.
Yeah, you're like, this
I got
is
it right
nothing.
here. This kid did this from the second the plane took off until the second. The whole goddamn flight.
It was like being back home with the ducks, wasn't it?
It's exactly what I said to my wife. I'm like, it's the ducks at home. It's the kid on the flight. I can't get away from anything.
Wow.
And then I said, look, I obviously feel for the kid. There was something not great, obviously, right? Maybe his ears were messed up. Maybe the face still hurt, something, right? This is where I get annoyed with people in general, right? That kid is not going to remember that flight. That kid's not going to remember his Disney vacation. Why do you take him?
Yeah, that's
just
the
wait.
Thing. Did they have older kids?
No.
Really? They were taking this kid to Disney.
Well, just
what
wait.
a waste of money and time.
And ruined everybody else's time.
Yeah.
Anybody that was within the pseudo vicinity of this little turd had to listen to that the entire time.
That kid is going to be the only person in that flight to not remember it.
Exactly. That's what I said to my wife. I'm like, I swear, like, I am just going to hear that screech for the rest of my life.
Yeah.
I went onto my Spotify, because again, I paid for the internet, so I could do anything. I went onto my Spotify, and they have that noise canceling thing, right? There's a it's like white noise and all these different things. So I turned it up as loud as I possibly could. And you could still hear this kid screeching 2 rows in front of me.
Yeah.
And she'd like pick him up, and I'm shooting him dirty looks like, look at me, you little bastard. Stop it. Shut up.
You're shooting the toddler dirty looks.
Which is really helping the situation.
I was going to say, this kid doesn't even know that his hands work.
Like, shut up.
Shooting him dirty looks.
You little
wow.
bastard. Oh, I was so mad.
You were trying to do it by telekinesis.
I waited until my kids were old enough to A, appreciate it, and B, not be a-holes on planes. If you're that young, keep the kid home. If you want to go to Disney, drive.
Yeah, they're not going to remember it.
Make the drive.
Yeah.
Don't get on an airplane and screw everybody else because you want to put a 2-year-old on an airplane to go see Mickey, who he's not going to remember, nor does he care about, and probably is going to freak out that he's that big.
I mean, the first time we went to Florida for spring break with our daughter, she was probably a little bit north of 2, but we drove, and she's a good traveler. It was kind of a test run, right, to see how she'd do.
Yeah.
And my older daughter just happened to be down there. Her chorus was performing in Orlando, so it all just worked out perfectly. But the little one, she doesn't really remember that much of it. I mean, a little bit, but we drove, so it was no big deal. We didn't throw her on a flight. But yeah, listen, I tell my daughter, all my kids, my older kids, they started going to my ex-in-laws to take them to Disney and stuff all the time. I'm like, I don't have to go. Good for me, good for you, good for everybody. I'm like, I was never even on a plane until I moved to LA. I was 21. I was never even on an airplane. So we didn't go anywhere. So I'm happy that my kids have at least traveled. You know, by the time they got older, they'd already done some stuff and seen some things. But yeah, 2-year-old screaming the whole time.
And well, my wife goes, and
parents have to know. The parents have to know. They have to know. He's not going to remember this. In some way, they're looking at each other going, why did we do this again?
Oh, I have to assume. But again, this could have been like hey, kids, we bought you a Disney trip for Christmas. You know what I mean? Like they bought their kids and the grandkid a trip or something. Who knows? You know what I mean?
See.
But Melissa, who is, like you talk about the yin to my yang, right? Like she will always come up with the good. And she's like, you don't know their situation. Maybe they were down there for the same reason you were. Maybe someone passed. I go, they were all wearing Mickey goddamn T-shirts and wristbands. They were at Disney.
Maybe that was their dead relatives' dying wish, that they all go down there and enjoy themselves. I bequeath the bulk of my estate
to one
my
Disney trip.
Yes, granddaughter and her husband and family for a trip to Disney.
Dude, it was brutal.
And that's just I always think about these families. That's just the getting there. And then you're getting to the hotel, and then you're waiting in line, and then I'm like, man, I mean, if you have a kid old enough to remember all that, it would still suck for you. So why would you do it when they don't remember?
And dude, it was
they're going to be older, and you're going to be showing them pictures of a trip they don't remember at all.
It was so hot.
Yeah.
We had a couple of days of we had to clean out some stuff and do some things for my mother. And we were in Cocoa, so we had the breeze, right? You got the ocean breeze.
Sure.
There.
You're right there off Jimmy Buffett Boulevard.
Right there off of Jimmy Buffett Boulevard. It was fantastic. Thanks for bringing that up. But get rid of that and put yourself on pavement everywhere. That's Disney. It was like 95 degrees and 100% humidity.
Yeah.
It was brutal.
Well, because Orlando is a manufactured city, right? All the lakes are fake, all the trees are fake, it's all it's all inland. So
you just imagine how brutal. On top of everything else, these kids are going to see Mickey, and now they're 8,000 degrees in a little car seat to wait in a line to go on It's a Small World that they're not going to remember anyway.
Well,
and it cost $10,000 to do it.
But it's the most magical place.
Oh, it was not on that plane, boy.
Most magical place.
I was sitting next to this dude. He was with his family. His kids were great. They're like, if you take my kids, they're a little bit older. They appreciate it. You could tell his daughter was sleeping, curled up on his arm, and this kid's freaking out. This guy looks over at me at one point. He's like, look for the parachutes. Like, what do you want to do? And then we go to get up and to leave.
We're on the one flight where the door doesn't want to fly off.
Right. Everybody on the plane, as soon as we landed, everybody's starting to get up. You see normally people in the back start waiting. These people were like, let's get the hell off this airplane.
I hate the clapping when they land.
Oh, we didn't get that, thank God. I agree.
That. Now, I fully understand it. Any flight you walk away from, it's a good one. I understand, right? You are risking death up there in the air. But I'm like, all right, enough. This is what they're supposed to do, by the way.
Yeah, it didn't happen. Exactly. Yeah, you don't clap for the guy that cleans your toilet. Hey, good job. Thank you.
I mean, I do. That's a bad example, Rob.
Oh,
when
sorry.
I have a plumber over and he's plumbing, I will always appreciate what they're doing, and I'll clap. Now, they don't appreciate that, right?
No.
They're professionals.
I do it here all the time when they clean the bathroom.
Yeah, well, listen.
I guess I did pick the bad example, yeah.
Yeah. Okay, I've got to take a break here. A lot to get to today. Tomorrow, Wednesday, Thursday, we'll be out live. Tomorrow, Wednesday, we'll be at, all 3 days will be at Flannery's. Yeah, right here around
That's
the corner?
the plan right now.
Yeah, that's the plan, yeah.
Assuming
a little earlier in the day after RMG. But,
assuming there's a third game. There may not be a third game. If we can wrap this up in 2, there won't be a Thursday. But we will be out tomorrow and Wednesday at Flannery's starting at 10.
Yeah, good. Well, we'll have details on that, and love to see you down there for that. For Guardians playoff baseball. 35192. Want to send me a text? You want to join us on the phone? 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
It's the Alan Cox Show.
On our free iHeartRadio app and your favorite smart device. Just tell it to play the Alan Cox Show.
On iHeartRadio.
Our 2025 iHeartRadio Music Festival, presented by Capital One.
Streaming only on Hulu.
Beginning Thursday.
Jelly roll!
Hi, this is Ed Sheeran.
Brian Adams.
Make some noise for Tate McRae.
Give it up for Sammy Hagar. Mariah Carey.
Hey, this is Noodles from The Offspring.
We are Maroon 5. Good evening. Glorilla. Get loud for John Fogerty.
And so much more. See it all at our 2025 iHeartRadio Music Festival, presented by Capital One.
Streaming only on Hulu. Beginning Thursday.
We're definitely going to be late to the concert. I feel like we should be there by now.
I'm just taking a little detour. I gotta fill up my gas tank, and I know this place a couple towns over where the gas is cheaper.
Are you serious? We're gonna be late for the concert because you're driving out of the way for cheaper gas? Just use Upside.
What's Upside?
Upside is the free cashback app that gets you cash back for every gallon of gas you buy.
Wait, I can get cash back just for buying the gas I need anyway?
Yes, I use it all the time, and I've made around $200. Now pull over so you can download the Upside app before we miss the concert.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. gas. Use promo code OIL25 to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank or as a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code OIL25 for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code OIL25 for a 25 cents per gallon bonus. Offers vary by user and location. Go to upside.com for terms and details.
So, what are you thinking for dinner tonight?
I don't know. Maybe Italian.
Let's head to Sortino's Italian Kitchen at Kalahari.
Actually, I wouldn't mind some tacos.
No problem. How about Cinco Niños at Kalahari?
Okay, I got it. Burgers and milkshakes, final answer.
Perfect. We'll go to Belux Grill and Bar at...
Let me guess. Kalahari?
Yeah, you really can't lose.
Whether you're staying with us or just visiting, book your dining reservation at KalahariResorts.com and discover what it means to get Kalahari'd away.
Save a good deal more during the Meijer Dollar Deal Sale, September 24th through the 30th. Shop the entire store and choose from hundreds of items, all $1 each. Fill your basket with favorites like Dole Garden Salad, select varieties of Meijer pasta and pasta sauce, and Meijer facial tissue or Meijer essential paper towels. The Meijer Dollar Deal Sale. That's the good life, a good deal better. And don't forget to stop by the Meijer Pharmacy for your flu shot. Available today while you shop. Exclusions apply. See Meijer.com for details.
As a detective, I've solved many mysteries, but this one has me stumped.
Why does NJM Insurance remain silent in a world full of catchy jingles?
What are they up to? It's suspicious.
Yet their policyholders all agree.
NJM is amazing. When things go wrong, they do what's right.
But is the world ready for an ad break that's jingle-free? Tune in to Baffling Mysteries, where the story of the missing jingle unfolds.
This fictional podcast is brought to you by NJM, proud partner of the Cleveland Browns. Insurance underwritten by NJM Insurance Company and its subsidiaries.
Listen up, football fans. You won't want to miss this.
Right now, new Bet365 customers bet $5 and get $200 in bonus bets, win or lose. So you could turn that $200 into something bigger when you bet on money line, spread, totals, player props.
$200 in bonus bets when new customers bet $5. I know where I'm going to bet from now on. Download the app today and see why it's never ordinary at Bet365.
iHeartRadio app.
Appreciate you taking my call, guys.
Lock in with your favorite teams with play-by-play, podcasts, and local stations where you can react and join the conversation. Sports on iHeartRadio, where fans live it.
Okay, so being called an audio hate crime by Ohio Quilter Magazine wasn't our proudest moment. The Alan Cox Show.
On 100.7
WMMS.
216-578-1007 if you want to join us live, or 800-348-1007. We will be on tomorrow and Wednesday live downtown. Guardians playoff pregame will be at Flannery's down here on East 4th right after RMG. So we'll start around 10. We'll go pregame's what, 12:30?
12:35, yep.
12:35. So we'll put in a couple of hours downtown. If you want to join us, we would love to have you. Flannery's one of my favorite spots down here. And so we'll be live when RMG signs off, starting up pregame tomorrow. 1:05, I believe, is the first pitch. And then Wednesday, and if the Guardians take the first two, there ain't going to be a game 3, right?
Yep.
How's David Fry doing? Didn't he take one to the noggin?
Oh, my God.
He took one to the face, right,
yeah,
while we
right
were gone?
In the face. I
Yeah.
mean, he came down with a bunt. And the worst part was, it was a strike on him, you know what I mean? Like, it wasn't even, there was no benefit to it happening. Like, he didn't get to take the first base or anything like that. But he broke a whole bunch of bones in his face and his nose. I mean, he was a mess.
Shattered his ocular cavity, as it were?
I'm not sure.
Something like that?
Is that what they said? I know it was
fractured something near his eye.
Yeah, that was just crazy. That was like 96 miles an hour too, right off the bat in the face.
Also, we are back on our bull honky with respect to the Buzzard Bookie. So there's $1,000 for you to win every hour, about 30 past. So the first keyword I will have for you is going to show up here in about 5 minutes. Lots of thoughts on your trip to Florida, Rob, and the kids screaming the entire flight. What's the matter? Are Rob's earbuds broken?
I
you did
addressed
say,
this.
yeah, you did say that it did nothing. Even noise canceling can't cancel out every noise.
Yeah, it was as loud as my phone would go. Like, I was even going into like the accessibility settings, and I'm like, no, I'm hard of hearing. I need more volume. It wasn't there.
Rob should have drop kicked that baby.
That's exactly what I titled my first text.
Yeah, Mr. Belvedere theme song.
That's what when I sent Alan the first text of the kids screaming, I just wrote "drop kick a baby" in quotes.
Yeah. Boy, Rob really radiates positivity, somebody said.
Thanks.
That's a
tell
hot
me
take.
something I don't know.
Yeah, right. Yeah. Alan, my best friend, Sarah, says my best friend is flying into Columbus to visit me tomorrow from Orlando. I'm going to have a glass of wine waiting for her just in case she goes through what Rob did.
See, I think it's the time of day. I took a 7:00 flight, and I think that's where I made my mistake. I think if I had like an earlier in the day flight, I would have been fine. But I was trying to get a whole nother day in. You know what I mean?
If you had flown midday when they were all probably still at the park.
Right. Or, in the morning. Even if I just think kids are more apt to be buttheads if they're tired at night. You know what I mean? Like, they're planning on being in bed. That kid probably goes to bed at 7:30.
Yeah.
He's on an airplane.
His little ears wouldn't pop, Rob.
Could have been that.
Probably. And that kid on the plane sounds kind of like that camel in distress. I don't know what you're talking about. This is, after a good 30-second wienering, this is...
that is very possible.
Maybe. Let's see. What else? Cranky Rob sounds like he needs a trip to Disney. Get it, Rob?
Oh, I get it. Yeah,
you got
cute.
it. They've come full circle. Yeah. No, listen, everybody who has... listen, I have Apple AirPods, right? They're real good at the noise canceling, but they're not going to cancel everything out.
No.
And if you have kids that are screaming on an airplane, I don't know. That's the best you can hope for is to have it muffled.
Yeah, I have Bose noise canceling headphones. Not the full over the ear headphones, but the in-ear headphones, They were great.
I do like the over-the-ear headphones.
I do too.
We've both spent 30-plus years in a professional capacity having earphones on every single day for hours on end. And early in my career, I made it a point to not just crank them to, 12 or whatever. I didn't want to be deaf by the time I was 40, and that's worked out. But on a plane, you want to make sure that you're canceling all the noise, not just some of the noise.
I usually bring these headphones with me, and I get the adapter and just plug it into my phone.
Yeah.
But I forgot them.
Yeah.
So I just brought my Bose noise-canceling earphones and thought, what could possibly go wrong?
Alan, Rob has the worst luck in airports, stalkers in Boston, screaming babies in Florida. This guy can't catch a break.
Oh, there was no stalker. I thought that was very nice of those people to approach and say hello in Boston. We just happened to be on the same flight.
Yeah.
That was very nice.
Another Mike in Parma said he and his wife went to New York City this summer. There's a crying baby, and the passenger across the row was filming the baby. And when they landed, law enforcement boarded to talk to the people who were filming the baby.
Well, that makes sense.
So somebody must have, because you don't know where that is going to go.
I filmed
someplace nefarious.
I filmed like the floor. You know what I mean? Like I just turned I hit record on a video so you could hear what was happening, but I didn't film anything.
Keep other people's children out of your videos. Who are you trying to impress? So listen, the last flight I was on to Austin, there was a screaming baby, and it was no fun. But it was nothing like that.
Oh, it was just absolutely brutal.
Yeah. Alan, what if David Lee Roth was screaming on your plane? How would you feel?
I'd be laughing.
Dave.
This guy.
We're getting ready to land. Somebody give this kid a graham cracker.
He's just tired. He spent the week at Disney.
Dave, are you tired?
Yes, I am.
Oh, he's sleepy. A little sleepy. He's a sleepy pee-pee. Hey, here's $1,000 for you, as promised, as we jump headlong back into all kinds of money, courtesy of the Buzzard Bookie. Now, this is your first chance to win here this week, but you get plenty of these, so I hope you do right out the gate. Good luck.
This is your chance to bet with the Buzzard Bookie and win $1,000 now. Enter this nationwide keyword at WMMS.com. Dollar. That's dollar. Enter it now at WMMS.com.
I got to tell you, this is the first thing that I thought of. I was watching the Instagram video on the Cleveland Guardians account. Post-game, did you see this? Where they're all getting ready to pop the champagne?
Yep.
For a job well done. I mean, does anybody deserve this more than these guys? The division champs. You know, you go back to the summertime, these guys had like a 2% chance of even getting to the playoffs. And they did everything they needed to do. But I am also a child. And so I'm watching this video, and it's all these guys standing around as they're getting the pep talk from Stephen Vogt. And they're standing there, and they're getting ready to pop their champagne bottles. And while they're waiting, they're just standing there, shaking their bottles up and down. A semicircle of guys standing there, shaking their bottles up and down, waiting for the pep talk to be over. It looked like one of those gangbang videos where the other guys are waiting to get tapped in.
It was a Glaze the Coach contest.
It certainly was. Yeah. And then, of course, they all get to pop their champagne and, they're just standing around shaking their bottles.
I love all the pops.
Midsection.
In the face, and every time we punch right back, we get up and we fight.
Yep, shaking those bottles.
Chance, boys, and we ain't done.
There's a little bit of, and then they spray all over it. A couple of guys there, a little premature, but that's all right, you know.
That's so great, man.
Yeah.
Those are the videos I love most in the world. Like, that's what the internet needs to be now. With all the crap in the world, it needs to be stuff like that. Watching people happy and celebrating and having fun, especially after a season like this.
Oh, there's all kinds of videos being happy and celebrating. It's about the things they're celebrating that might make you a little nervous.
Correct.
Largest division deficit overcome in MLB history. July 8th, they were 15 and a half games back. There were 0 games back as of yesterday.
I mean, 2 weeks ago, we were sitting here saying, the best we can hope for is the wild card. Let's hope they can get into the wild card. And then they just,
let's hope the Tigers don't wake up.
Well, and that's the thing. They're going to play this like it's their World Series, right? That's where this is going to be interesting for sure, because they're going to play hard just to try to be the spoiler now.
Sure. Also making history, the Gomez-Blanco nuptials. Now, over the weekend, Selena Gomez, star of the film The Big Short, married a producer named Benny Blanco. Now, I couldn't be happier for these two crazy kids, right? Love is love, Rob. But I have to assume solidarity with every single person who has seen the two of these together and said, what? I would say see also Christina Hendricks and her ex-husband, Jeffrey Arend. I'd say see also, well, go back 30 years, Julia Roberts and Lyle Lovett. I'd say...
Anybody that dated Pete Davidson?
I was going to say Salma Hayek and her husband, but he's a French billionaire. So that is you get the attraction there, but he's not an attractive guy, and he's married to Salma Hayek. But Selena Gomez, who's lovely, that show Only Murders in the Building, I'm a huge fan of. She's on that. I go all the way back to Wizards of Waverly Place when she was a young actress and a singer. My older kids, when they were little, loved that show over on Disney. And she's carved out quite a nice career for herself. This guy, Benny Blanco, who looks like Horshack's dad, is now Mr. Selena Gomez. And again, he gives hope to every dude who is like, you got to shoot your shot. And these two are now hitched, officially husband and wife. I don't know if there's an age difference between the two of them. They look like they're 20 years apart, but I bet they're pretty close in age. He's 37, she's 33. And she's had her share of health problems too. I think she has lupus or something, and so, obviously he's helped her through that. His post was that he married a real-life Disney princess, and boy, that is the understatement of the year. Now, Benny Blanco's a very, very talented dude. If you're a fan of that show Dave with Lil Dicky, Benny Blanco was a big part of that last season. And they got married yesterday. They've been together for a while. Of course, Justin Bieber was with Selena Gomez for many years, but they were very young and, they weren't old enough, really, to kind of maybe get the lay of the land there. But Selena Gomez and Benny Blanco. And Rob, you know me. Golly, I hate to be that shallow, but I just couldn't help. When these two first said that they were dating and getting serious, I was like, wow, good for this guy. Good for this guy. I mean, Selena Gomez, it's not really my thing. She's undeniably a lovely woman. She just has to my eyes, her face is very childlike. You know what I mean? Like she has, her face to me has not changed much since she was a much younger actress. But these two crazy kids, I hope they can make it. Because she's got a hell of a career. He knows what he's doing. Now, I don't know if they met because they were collaborating. I don't know if they met because he was working on one of her albums or something. I don't know. But these two crazy kids got married over the weekend. And, Selena Gomez has 418 million followers. And so now that she's Mrs. Bernard Blanco, I don't even know if that's his real name. No, he's Benjamin Levin. Okay, so that's why you go by Benny Blanco. But he's a very accomplished guy, right? He got an award from the Songwriters Hall of Fame. He's produced a lot of hits. He's a very accomplished guy. And now the two of them are together. And it was a star-studded event.
Was it ever?
You know that girl Christy who hits us up a lot, and she's very, she's against all of it. The patriarchy. And Taylor Swift is a trash person because she's ruining the environment with her private plane, right? We were talking about something, and I said, well, Taylor Swift landed her PJ right there for the Gomez-Blanco nuptials. A whole lot of private jets were landing in Santa Barbara. Ed Sheeran was there, and... boy, anyone who's anyone was at that wedding, Rob. Now, you and I weren't there. We weren't even considered to be invited. But love is love, and I hope they can make it work. Hope these crazy kids can keep it together.
Congratulations. Very happy for you.
Alan, is it worse to be sitting next to an airsick passenger who's vomiting?
Yes.
That's worse than the baby crying.
Of course.
Yeah.
I mean, look, they both suck. But sitting next to someone puking, it's way worse.
I'll tell you what, the first time I went to Dublin, it was a red-eye flight, and that's a good 6 or 7 hours, maybe 8. We flew out of LaGuardia maybe to Dublin, and one of these huge planes, right? Because you're going to Europe, so it's like 3 giant rows across, and And I was seated next to a guy who I didn't realize had night terrors.
Ooh.
So everybody's kind of trying to sleep. They've dimmed the lights, and everybody's trying to sleep. I didn't think I was going to sleep on that flight, and I would kind of doze off here and there. This guy would wake up screaming. Every time I would kind of start to nod off, this guy would wake up screaming. And then the flight attendant would come over, and I couldn't have been more apologetic about it, but I was like, wow, there's nothing you can take, bro? I mean, I don't know. You can't take an Ambien or something. I don't know anything about those, but it seems like some would knock his ass out. But this guy would wake up occasionally screaming at the top of his lungs. And I was like, I don't like this. I am not a fan of this. This is already, nobody's going to take a baby on a red eye to Dublin. So there were no kids. And I was like, this is going to be great.
I guarantee you someone would.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, listen, some people are really up against it with respect to the scheduling, right? Not everybody has an open floor plan when it comes to deciding when they travel. But this guy, screaming. He'd wake up with a start, Rob. With a start, this guy would wake up and scream.
Scare me.
Oh, my God. He was, this guy. I was like, come on, man. It wasn't even like that. No, it was screaming, this guy. Yes. Right, it was like that. I'd be like, oh, what? Oh, God.
Oh, God.
I feel good. Yeah. Hey, want to go see Motion City Soundtrack? Remember these guys? They were kind of that second or third wave of bands coming out of Minneapolis back in the day. Motion City Soundtrack got a brand new album out. It's called The Same Old Wasted Wonderful World. And they're bringing Say Anything with them. Oh, man. If you are a millennial, you just got moist in the shorts. The tour is going to go down February the 9th, so you're going to be sitting on these for a minute. It's a Monday night at the world-famous Agora. Tickets, info, everything else at axs.com. Want to look into it there? But you can get my first pair of tickets this week. Motion City Soundtrack and Say Anything in Cleveland, February the 9th. Good luck. Caller 10. These are yours. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
The Alan Cox Show, 100.7 WMMS. We got
wild experience here in downtown Cleveland.
Thanks to you, thousands of teachers now have the tools they need to thrive, and their students do too.
I get up every single morning, and I can't wait to see their smiling faces coming through my door.
iHeartRadio's Thank a Teacher, powered by Donors Choose, building brighter futures one classroom at a time.
As a teacher, I'm really trying to help them come to school every day and put their foot in the right direction of life.
And we're just getting started. Help keep the momentum going and nominate a teacher who's made a difference in your life at iHeartRadio.com/teachers.
Portions of the following program were pre-recorded.
100.7 WMMS, Cleveland. Call the Alan Cox Show.
And this is when the Antichrist is going to reveal himself. He lives among the beasts and eats grass.
216-578-1007 or 1-800-348-1007.
Some of those that work forces are the same that burn crosses. Some of those that work forces are the same that burn crosses.
I got a sucker for a good mashup. The Rage Against the Machine, Vanessa Carlton.
I like that. Oh,
somebody called it. Somebody sent it to me. Mildly distressed with the machine or something like that. Oh, it's great. For some reason, I'm always a sucker for a mashup, but now obviously we're awash in AI songs too. Really elaborate, produced AI songs. You know, when I do slapdash crap here, I'm not, in a studio putting these songs together. And Rage Against the Machine has become a very malleable band for people who are looking to do this stuff. There's that one. Somebody did Killing in the Name as a soul song. Did you hear that one? Yeah. I mean, I don't hate it.
No.
No. That's the problem with all the AI stuff is it's real fun.
There's a dude I follow on Instagram that does all these songs as soul songs.
Yeah.
Oh, and they're so good. And some of them are like, can we release that? Like,
yeah.
I'll just listen to that all day.
Yeah, it's pretty good. Guardians back on the field of the friendly confines tomorrow. We will be live tomorrow a little bit earlier. After RMG, Rob and I are going to be live from Flannery's downtown from 10 until your pregame around 12:35. So if you're downtown tomorrow, getting ready for the game, come by and we'll have some pops and some fun. But we're just going to be dicking around for a couple of hours downtown pregame. And then 1:05 is your first pitch. That is the first of possibly three. It's a best-of-3 series. Guardians will have all three of those here at Progressive Field against the Detroit Tigers. So tomorrow and Wednesday, we will be live for a couple of hours at Flannery's right after RMG, as our regular show is going to get preempted by Guardians Baseball on 100.7 WMMS. And you can also hear on the iHeartRadio app, of course.
And even if you don't have tickets, we may have a pair for you.
Oh!
We will have a pair for you.
Wow, two tickets.
Yeah, we can come on down. Come on down, register to win. And, yeah, look at that.
Imagine that. We could be putting a couple asses in seats.
Checking out the Guardians in the playoffs.
At a sold-out game.
Yeah.
Yeah. Our boy Ethan there in Rochester. He of 1,000 bananas, bonkers stories. He's like, you're not going to believe this, but my sister and her boyfriend were at the Gomez Blanco wedding because they do private security for famous people. And she's one of his sister's clients. How about that?
Wow.
Want to make sure nothing happens to either Ms. Gomez or Monsieur Blanco.
Monsieur Blanco.
Monsieur Blanco.
Monsieur.
By the way, speaking of our friend Ethan, did you get that letter from him?
Which one?
He wrote a letter, and I was like, is this something I can read? And he's like, yeah. Let me get some letter reading music here. And, no, what's some good letter reading music? Yeah.
Oh, I like that.
Pretty good. So Ethan's like, listen, all my friends are degenerates, and I wanted to get some advice from you and Rob on this thing. His older brother, who he describes as a real piece of crap, right? He's like, I don't have a great relationship with this guy. He's, he's an anti-Semite, and he's a racist, and he's all this kind of stuff, right? And not a good dude. But he's like, so my older brother has a heart attack on Friday. He was painting a car without his PPE, I guess. And so his brother is in the ER, and they tell him that he has like tons of blockages in his valves. And they said the best they could do for him would be like a triple bypass. And then they tell him he's not healthy enough to live through the surgery. And so Ethan's like, I'm not quite sure what to do because as a human being, my brother is a big piece of crap. He kicked him in the face with a steel-toe boot.
Yikes.
Chipped all his teeth, right? He was in, is that it on that song? Oh. He said he was in prison for a long time for attacking 3 people, 2 of whom were women. He hit one with a dumbbell and slammed a door in the other one's head. And he's like, he kind of cut his brother out after a while. He's like, I can't have this anymore, right, in my life. But he said he's kind of like not sure what to do. I'm not sure if I should reach out to him. I don't want him to die, but I also don't want him thinking everything between us is cool and he can contact me whenever. How much of that stuff goes? I mean, it's not water under the bridge. Obviously, it's a lot of unresolved stuff. But when you have someone in your family where there's a little bit of daylight, little crack in the door, right? It would be one thing if Ethan was like, this guy can't die for me fast enough. You know what I mean? It's not like that, though. There's still some, familial twinge. What do you do in a situation like that?
I think you reach out.
You do reach out.
Yeah, because it sounds like everything they're saying, he's not long for the world, right? So I wouldn't worry about him reaching out because it doesn't sound like he will be able to for long, right? I mean, it's a triple bypass that he's not going to survive the surgery. So they're not going to do the surgery, which means it's going to kill him.
He's
right?
like, hey, how you doing? Are you dead yet? Are you going to die?
Still here.
Oh, okay. Hey,
want to grab lunch tomorrow?
No, you're not going to make that.
Oh.
I wasn't going to hit you up because remember when you kicked all my teeth out?
Yeah.
Yeah, I was just checking to see if you were dead yet.
No, okay. Still here.
All right.
Hey, you want to grab lunch tomorrow?
I don't have any teeth.
Oh, right.
You kicked them all out.
Want a milkshake?
Son of a bitch. You son of a motherless whore. How dare you? Yeah, so Ethan's kind of like, I'm not quite sure what to do here. The Rob's got a cooler head here, right?
Yeah, I think that's because, again, I think you're going to have regret if you don't.
My mother remained estranged from her only sibling, her brother, my uncle, right? And we didn't know my dad's side of the family, so we just grew up with my uncle and my grandma on my mom's side. And my uncle lived with my grandmother until he was in his early 40s and then pieced the F out. And it was kind of like, okay, thanks for nothing, And so he and my mom remained estranged. And for like the last 25 years of their lives, he showed up at my grandma's funeral almost 10 years ago. And he died this past Christmas. And none of us knew it. Because nobody ever talked to him. And he didn't keep in touch with anybody. My youngest brother had to tell my mom, hey, Uncle Bob died a couple of months ago. She had no clue. And so then at that point, obviously, she's got a lot of feelings about it because you can't do anything about it then.
Right.
Now, they weren't in a situation like this. It's just my uncle was one of those people that he just cut the cord on everybody and nobody really knew why. He just didn't want to do the work. I don't know what it was. That's between him and my mom. But she didn't even know he died. Her one sibling. And my brother happened to see it, the obituary online, that he had died.
And see, I think that's...
So my mom doesn't know where he's buried, doesn't know if she knows nothing about the circumstances surrounding his death.
But that situation
and he was her older brother.
Much different, though, right?
Yes,
like,
yes.
They were already estranged, and he died. Like, this
Yeah.
guy has a chance to say goodbye to his brother.
Yeah, that's true.
I just feel like there's going to be regret if he doesn't. I could be totally wrong, but that's just me.
Well, I think you're right, because otherwise he wouldn't have asked.
Right.
He wouldn't have said, hey, what should I do? You know what I mean? If you're like, F this guy, you already know what you want to do.
I think the best thing you can do is don't take advice from us on anything.
That goes without saying. I thought that was implied, but I was playing along when he asked. I don't know. Yeah, you go in there and, some people are unrepentant, right? To the bitter end, they'll be like, F you.
Right.
The guy in the hospital bed, right? To the end, they're like, F you.
But at the end of the day, your
But you
conscience
kind of got to
is clear.
respect. Huh?
At the end of the day, your conscience is clear. You did your part. If that person tells you to get bent, they tell you to get bent.
Yeah.
But at least you've done your thing and you can sleep.
Yeah.
I think.
Alan, the last time you guys were live, you were discussing that day was the rapture. And then you did a week of sum-up shows, and I got nervous and wonder what I missed. Trust me, there's nobody in this room that's going to get raptured. Not a single one. There's only two of us.
Speak for yourself.
Rob might. Rob's a good dude. He might get raptured. I might come in to do the show, and there's a little pile of clothes on that seat over there, right? There is no chance I'm getting raptured. But again, nobody did. The rapture, for I think the 4 millionth time, didn't happen as it was predicted. It was predicted to happen last Tuesday. There were a lot of evangelicals on TikTok, which again, the rapture is one of those things I don't really think anybody believes in. I was talking to a friend of ours at my Cox Out yesterday, out in Concord, the Bud Light football face-off. And we were having some pops and having some conversations, and we got on the subject of conspiracy theories. And I said, well, we've talked on the show about how everybody has one that they kind of believe, or they could see their way to it. Like, for instance, I don't think that Jeffrey Epstein killed himself. I know that's a meme. I know it's a hashtag, whatever. I'm just saying logistically, I don't believe that he killed himself. I'm not going down any rabbit holes on that. However, I'm like, you've talked about the moon landing, right?
Yep.
Except that there are multiple countries that have gone to the moon and have photos of our flags and blah, blah, blah. But anything can be faked. Anything, especially now. There are people who think, 9/11 was an inside job. That, to me, is kind of the OG. There was a big gap in between. You had JFK, and then you had 9/11. And that would, mind you, 9/11 was social media. Imagine if 9/11 had happened now. I mean, something will happen like that down the road again, but that was before all that. There was a documentary called Loose Change back in the day, and that was really kind of what got the ball rolling, and all the 9/11 was an inside job stuff, blah, blah, blah. But, there are also widely known conspiracy theories. I just don't think I don't actually think anyone believes the earth is flat. I think flat earthers are like, there's a crowd of dummies here who are at least bored. Maybe they don't believe it, but they're bored. There's merch to be sold. There's opportunities to take money from people. I don't really think that any adult person believes that the earth is flat. There's simply, every time one of those guys tries to prove it, it's a cell phone. They disprove, that the earth is flat. And so where was I going with that? We got on to conspiracy theories because I was talking to somebody about something, and then I forget what I was talking about.
Well, you mentioned that you believe Jeffrey Epstein didn't kill himself. You said that.
Yeah, how did I get on all that?
Because you said you were talking to somebody at the Cox Out event about conspiracy theories.
Yeah. Before that, Ethan and my estranged uncle
Cox
and
Out.
Yeah, I don't remember. I was going down a real rabbit hole there. Ironic. Oh, the rapture.
The rapture.
The rapture didn't happen again. And I don't believe that there are really people who think that the rapture is going to happen. But listen, there, a lot of people are bored and they're on social media and evangelical TikTok is a thing. And that stuff is steeped in all kinds of nonsense. But again, whether you believe it or not, it did not happen again. And so that's not why we were gone last week. Rob had some family business to attend to in Florida. But had the rapture happened, I would still have been here. Rob probably would have been gone.
I'd be here.
Probably would have been gone.
I'd still be here. You got to be like a living saint to be raptured. I'm not that.
Well, that's my question, though. Because even people who are goodly folk, right? People who are not like all these fake Christians running around, people who think Jesus is too woke, all that stuff. I'm talking about people who are like traditionally pious people. They're not trying to, hammer shoes onto other people's feet, that kind of thing. They're just doing their thing, trying to lead a good life. Now, you don't need religion for that. But people who are living that way, I wonder what the cutoff line is there. Because it strikes me like you don't have to be a living saint. What's the demarcation point?
I don't
People
know.
who believe in the rapture, obviously, they think they're great people because they're preparing for it, quote unquote. But I'm always like, well, I mean, it's an easy assessment. If you're just an extraordinarily good person, then you would think, yeah, I'm getting raptured. But there's a lot of people. I've never been told what is the criteria for being raptured. Alan, I think the rapture does happen every time. It's just that 2 or 3 people are taken each time. Well, yeah, you could make a case for that too. I don't know. But it didn't happen.
Well, how do you make a case for that?
I don't know.
Someone goes missing? Is that
because I don't have the opportunity to talk to people who genuinely believe in those things, because even people who say that they do, they're usually grifting or they're taking advantage of people who are quite dim. And so, but I don't know. But as a concept, what is the criteria for being raptured? I don't know. But anyway, it didn't happen. Now, if you do know your Bible, you're going to remember your John 14, right? I'm an atheist. I have no gods, no masters. However, grew up going to 12 years of Catholic school. And so we had to know our Bible back and forth. And if you know your John 14, do so in my name. I'm paraphrasing, of course. But that's what I thought of when I got the piece of video from Sean out in Bedford, who's out there, Rob, destroying spotted lanternflies for me. Couldn't be nicer, right? Sent me and these things are hard to kill. I did get to stomp some on my way to Mike Polk's wedding reception. But they're you got to be careful because they kind of feel the change in the air when your foot's coming down, so they jump off and And so Sean out there in Bedford sent me some video, and he's taking revenge.
Okay. This is for Alan Cox, you son of a bitch.
Yeah, see? How about that? He's out there killing spotted lanternflies for me.
What an honor.
I mean, unsolicited. I didn't ask him to do that. And it's in everyone's best interest that he do that. But I appreciate the name check.
So I am such a wuss. I just walked over to the ballpark to buy a sweatshirt.
Before the show.
Right. Got to town. I'm like, I forgot my sweatshirt, and I wanted to get something new for the weekend, or for the week ahead with the Guardian. So I walked over to the ballpark, bought a sweatshirt. There was a bunch of them, right?
Where? Like East 4th?
Right, yeah.
Right out here, yeah.
Right by and then out and down more by the ballparks over the Ontario. I couldn't do it. I went to step on one, and it flew, and it scared the crap out of me. And I'm like, no, I'm out. I don't like them.
Really?
Walked around them. I am such a wuss when it comes to that kind of stuff,
No,
man.
but why, though? They're not going to fly in your face.
I don't know.
They're on the ground.
Freaked me out. Didn't like it. Didn't like the look of it, the color of it. Didn't want to kill it.
But you are doing the ecosystem of public service by squishing. Mm-hmm.
I still didn't want to do it.
All right. What could get you there? What if one did jump up and locked onto your carotid artery?
Well, then, yeah. I mean, well, that's almost like what I was afraid was going to happen. Like the thing literally just jumped straight up and flew, and I was like, ah.
Yeah.
But yeah, there was like 3 or 4 of them where I was, and I'm like,
well, they're not. I mean, listen, it's not a layup. They are making it difficult for you to do it, but that's where the accomplishment comes in. You know, if these things were just lying there and didn't move, you go squash, squash, squash. That's no fun.
Yeah, but they were like
there's got to be some. There's got to be some game to it.
They jump up. They're like red.
Yes.
I didn't like that.
Yeah.
Kind of freaked me out.
Yeah.
I don't like bugs all that much anyway.
I'm not a huge bug guy either, but I feel like I'm, Starship Troopers. I'm doing my part. I did my part.
I should just bring something with me to do it, so I don't have to step on it, because then it's going to jump and eat me.
But it's not going to jump and eat you. What are you going to bring?
I don't know.
You're going to bring an implement to go out there like a
walking stick.
A walking stick. All right.
Smushing them with them.
Yep. Like a metal tamper, like
right.
when you're working in the yard or something and you're getting the...
Yes.
Okay.
Maybe I'll get up the courage. I don't know. I didn't like it. I saw one jump away like that, and it was the first one I've seen. I hadn't seen any other than smushed ones. This was the first one I saw, and I was like, I can't do it.
Wow.
Once I saw it jump, I was like, oh.
Well, I hope that you get your moxie up to the point where you end up doing one, because it's quite satisfying when you do. right? Listen, my initial story was I was walking to CVS about a month ago, and they were all along Euclid Avenue out here, but they had already been stomped. They're all dead. And so I didn't really get a chance to smash any. Now, granted, I was reminded last year on my anniversary when my wife and I went to dinner in Ohio City, we were in this like tented outdoor balcony, and it was lantern flies everywhere. And so we were smacking them there, but I was smacking them away. I don't remember like smashing.
Oh, like while you were eating? They were
Oh,
there?
yeah, yeah.
Oh, no,
Yeah,
no,
this place
no.
called Jaja, which I don't think has opened yet because a guy drove his car through it shortly after we were there. But yeah, right there in Ohio City. And so they have like this balcony that's like covered, but these lantern flies were just getting everywhere.
So you're trying to eat and they're flying around you?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, God, no.
Yeah, yeah.
I would have been, dude, I would ask for it. You couldn't get a table inside after that?
I mean, it's not a huge place, and I like being outside, but then I quickly understood why it was covered.
Oh, hell no.
You know.
Nope. I'd have been like, check, please. Time to go.
Hey, you want to go to Factory of Terror out there in Canton? Oh, it's spooky season, Rob. Factory of Terror in Canton. 5 full attractions, totaling over a mile in length. Screw all these half-mile long haunted houses. Unbelievable scenery and jaw-dropping special effects. Terrifying actors. If you've been, you know. If you haven't, you can go to FOTOhio.com for the details. But I will get you a pair of tickets here. Factory of Terror in Canton. Caller 10. Good luck. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
This is the Alan Cox Show. Everywhere on our free iHeartRadio app or whatever.
Water, fire, wind, mold.
Heart-pounding thrillers you will love. Cardiac Cowboys. Listen wherever you listen to podcasts.
Sponsored by Jasper.
The Alan Cox Show. Sure, you could listen to another show, but then how would you find the puppies we've buried in boxes around the city? 100.7 WMMS.
Oh, yeah, on that puppy tip, somebody texted me in the break, 35192. Alan, tell Rob, every lantern fly you let live, puppy gets killed. Thanks a lot, Rob. Everybody giving me tips, though. They can't fly backwards. If they jump, they're going to jump right into your squash and clodhopper. So you got to go Gretzky on them, right? You smash where they're going to be, not where they are. You got to catch them on the landing, not the jump. All I'm saying is I got more than a couple of weekends ago, there on the Near East Side. But it was not as easy. And people had told me, hey, so what happens? These things jump weird. They have to make it sporting for you. But Rob's got to get his mojo when it comes to these spotted lantern flies. See, he's, Rob is champagne wishes and caviar dreams, right?
Mm-hmm.
He's like, whatever. If these things are terrible for the environment, I'll still be fine.
Yeah.
I'll be fine. I'll be in my underground bunker.
They're fine for my environment.
Hey, Fat Andy.
What's up, Alan?
How are you, man?
Doing, bud?
Good. What's up?
I'm smashing lantern flies.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Oh, good for you.
Yep, I feel you.
So, I lost my train of thought the other day when we were talking about ducks and everything, and my friend has ducks.
Yeah.
But it comes down to this. She had, like, the Dave Mullins band or whatever at her property, and it was beautiful, and the sun was coming up, and then the rooster crowed, and it was like, and it just couldn't finish. It was a defective rooster, man.
Fat Andy, what the hell are you talking about?
Mm-hmm.
Have you ever heard a rooster crow?
Yes.
I mean, they're like,
yes.
Right?
Well, I lived in Ohio City, and I had some urban farmers near me, and there was always a
Okay.
cock making noise in their yard, Rob.
Uh-huh.
Yes, hipsters, yes. But, yes, I've heard it. What you're saying that this was a defective rooster.
Yes.
Yeah.
It was like,
So a broken
and it
cock.
just quit.
Isn't that what you want, though?
It's a broken cock.
Don't, all right. Don't you? Isn't that what you want, Fat Andy? Is you want it's not really pumping out its full volume.
I mean, I don't know if Peroni's affects roosters or not, but I mean, it could.
Well, you want to
maybe.
talk about thank you, Andy. I don't know what the hell Fat Andy's talking about, but thank you.
Sounds high.
On that Peroni's tip, by the way, if you pardon the pun. There is a commercial for something, God, what's it called? I got to ask Dr. Berglund about this next time, because there is a commercial for a Peroni's prescription. And their website is bentcarrot.com.
Yeah, I saw the commercial.
Have you seen that?
Yeah, yeah.
I don't know what it's called. It's called like Zanzia or something. It's got an X in it, as most of these prescription names do when they finally give them one. But the website is, and obviously the metaphor that they're using throughout the bulk of the commercial itself is a bent carrot.
Yeah.
And so in keeping with that, their website is bentcarrot.com. But I'm watching because I love the side effects, and so I'm watching what they're talking about underneath, because they obviously, for any pharmaceutical ad, they want to distract you with the visuals of everybody having a great time, and then they give you the horrifying stuff underneath. And you have to think that the side effects for a pharmaceutical that's trying to straighten out your joint, those are going to be more horrifying than like something that's maybe going to help your eczema or something, right? And so one of the side effects that jumped out at me was popping sound during erection.
Oh, good. Oh, wonderful.
Like you got bubble wrap subcutaneous or something, you know? Your corpus cavernosum is making crackling noises.
Wait a minute. That doesn't happen to you every time you get an erection?
No.
Oh.
Also, they're like, and you can't have sex for 4 weeks. I'm like, who would want to under those circumstances?
Well, and you see the commercial, too. It's like it shows this bowl of beautiful carrots, and then there's like the big, like weird, hard right turn carrot.
Well, and it's no joke, too. I mean, we've had Dr. Ryan Berglund in here for many, many years doing Is It Red? And anytime we get on the subject of Peyronie's disease with a caller, they'll ask, these guys are like at a 90-degree angle, right? Yeah. No joke. I'm not talking about like, a little bit of a curve. These guys are like going through it. So I'm sure that's a welcome remedy. But when you dig in, and boy, did I went down the rabbit hole because I'd never seen this commercial before. So now I'm going to the website and I'm looking at and boy, there's a lot of fine print in this thing.
Yeah.
Because you have to inject yourself. Right?
In the dong.
Right in the dong.
Yeah.
Yup. Now, it is also good for, because it's trying to straighten something out, it's also good for something we were talking about a couple of weeks ago that I had also never heard of called Dupuytren's contracture. Remember that? Where the scar tissue in the hand pulls the ring finger down and they can't straighten their hand. So this also works for that.
Makes sense.
Yes, it does. But again, I had never seen, I was enraptured by this commercial for bentcarrot.com.
But then it even starts talking about
Peyronie's.
The best you can hope for. And it's like, well, you might get about 10% back. And I'm like, so you're still going to be like, it's still going to have a huge angle to it.
If you want to go through all that and then hope for the best.
Get 10% back for penal injections? I don't know, man. For me, I think I'd just keep the hard right.
Also, as we all learned growing up, men and women alike, right? It was etched onto our brains. Rob, it's not the angle of the dangle, it's the heat of the meat.
And the motion of the ocean.
And the motion of the ocean. It's not the size of the boat. Of course, these are all things that guys tell themselves.
Yeah.
And then women kind of go along with it to make them feel better. But boy, that is one of those commercials where it's like I've said before, I'm on record, with respect to the people who call and avail themselves of Dr. Berglund's wisdom. That is a segment we have done for a decade plus, and I walk out of here feeling like a Superman.
You really do.
I walk out of here feeling so good about myself and my abilities and my equipment, but there are some dudes going through it, through no fault of their own. But going down the rabbit hole on that Peyronie's pharmaceutical ad, man, I did not sleep well that night. You want to talk to Dick from Dayton?
I can't imagine about what.
Somebody sent me a Facebook screen grab over the weekend and said, you better tell him. It was a woman. Somebody had forwarded her Reddit post or something, and it said, my girlfriend is single again and looking for Dick in Dayton. Now, I have to assume that they were talking about you, Dick.
Hey, what's going on, guys?
Oh, there's people out there looking for you, Dick.
Looking for me?
Yes.
Hey, we got one reason to celebrate. The Guardians were 15 games out of first place in July at the break. I think the coach has to deserve. They had made one of the most remarkable comebacks. It's so nice to see them in the playoffs, and I'd like to see them. Like the Reds won too. Maybe have an I-71 series, but congratulations to the Guardians. I mean, this is a dream to come true, Rob and Alan.
Well, they did go to the World Series a while ago, Dick. I mean, this is great news for them this season, but I mean, they did make it to the big show a few years ago.
No, but I just think they'll go far. But I got one thing to say. You can say it up here on Mass that I think it's time for a change in Cleveland. I think the coach needs to go. I think they need new players. I think it's going to be a bad season, Alan and Rob.
I thought we were saying
I thought you just said it was going to be a great
awesome.
season. What?
Huh?
I thought you were excited about the Guardians.
But not. You can't make the same mental mistakes like Flacco's doing. You can't.
Oh, we switched to the Browns.
You switched sports on us, Dick. You just started talking about football. I thought you were still talking about the Guardians. You were making my head spin here.
Yeah, the Guardian. I'm praying for them, but don't you think the Browns need help, guys?
They need more than help. Dick.
They need something, Dick. Yeah, they need something.
Yeah.
I
just wanted to tell you,
Dick, you could write them a strongly worded letter and give them some ideas.
Hope they could read it.
Yeah, okay.
You could type them a strongly worded letter, Dick.
I think you should write them a letter, Dick, for sure.
Yeah, maybe. Okay. But I played music today. Everybody welcomed me back. I've been taking a little bus.
Oh,
RTA,
good for you.
Is it a short bus, Dick?
It's a RTA mobile bus, and it goes all over. It's downtown, and they go all over all the way over here, Miamisburg, back to Centerville.
Love it.
All downtown.
You run the whole
Sometimes they
circuit.
go as far.
Yep.
Yeah, it's nice. It's nice. It's really nice, and I'm enjoying playing, and I'm getting around a little bit, But
Yep.
I thought I'd check in.
Do you play the wheels on the bus? On the bus?
No, we don't have. No, I ride around, just look at the scenery. It's pretty, and it's a little bus, and it gets around. It's better than I think the bigger buses. You know?
Well, listen, I think that's all. I think that's all. Those are all good developments, right? For you and your mobility.
And keep up my music,
Indeed.
Take care. Licky, 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 boom, boom, down. Licky, 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 boom, boom, down.
Oh, Dick. I hope that lady on Reddit finds him, Rob, and finds him healthy and happy.
Are you sure she meant him and not just it in Dayton?
Mobile. I don't know. I'm just passing it along. I'm, as the kids say, paying it forward, Rob. Speaking of which, $1,000 right here. We are back on it, courtesy of the Buzzard Bookie. Just about every hour, all day long, with Rofer and Stansbury and me. You got a shot to grab $1,000, so I hope you do listen closely, and good luck.
This is your chance to bet with the Buzzard Bookie and win $1,000 now. Enter this nationwide keyword at WMMS.com. Win. That's win. Enter it now at WMMS.com.
Oh, how do you like that? Woo! This is a good band, boy. They're called The Killer's Confession. Waylon Rivas was a longtime frontman for Mushroomhead, Cleveland Legends. Goes off to do his own thing. We've played these guys on our metal show. It's called 2 Hours to Midnight. And they've done Incarceration, and, you see them a lot on festivals and stuff, but they're legit, and I couldn't help but think of this band when I was reading about the guy who confessed to his parents' murder on television. In Albany, one of our Albany bureau chiefs sent me this, a guy named Lorenz Krauss, who's 53 years old. He admitted during a television interview with local TV to killing his parents and burying them in the backyard of their home.
Jesus.
And then when he left the TV studio, he was arrested. So I have to wonder if this was all set up.
Oh, it had to be.
If the local television station, CBS 6, so he contacts them, sits for an interview, and then I don't know how much pulling they had to do. Maybe he just wanted, his 15 minutes. But initially he said that he had nothing to do with it, and then he copped to it. He was taking their Social Security money, despite nobody having seen them in a while. I'm still unclear as to how that works. How do you get somebody else's Social Security money? You have access to their accounts? Is that what it is?
It has to be, right?
It's like when people take other people's checks. Like, I guess I don't understand how that works. Like, if your name isn't on that. So he talked to CBS 6, and he said, well, they knew they were going downhill anyway. They didn't ask to be killed, but they knew they were going downhill. He was interviewed by the news director there, somebody with the improbable name of Stone Grissom.
Did you kill your parents to put them out of their misery?
My concern for their misery.
I'm sorry, Your Honor. Leading the witness?
Objection.
To put them out of their misery, just ask them the question. Did you murder your mom and dad?
Did you kill your parents to put them out of their misery?
My concern for their misery was paramount. It was a huge burden to have to face this coming up.
So you alleviated that burden?
I have to protect my Fifth Amendment rights on until the right time.
This guy sounds like a real Mensa candidate here.
Oh, yeah.
I have to protect my Fifth Amendment rights to killing my parents.
Even though I just admitted I still have to protect myself.
I talked to him for a half an hour. Half an hour? I guess you got to get eyeballs, right? It's television, local news in Albany.
Realize what you were doing to them as it happened.
Yes.
They knew that this was it for them, that they were perishing at your hand.
Yes. And it was so quick. I did the right thing for them based on the situation. I did my duty to them as a son. Everything fell into place. I don't know how it happened that it all fell into place.
It all fell into place after I pushed them down the stairs. So he is framing it as really doing them a favor. And, of course, continuing to take their Social Security money. But again, this is what happens. And I think of my own uncle, who I was talking about before, my mother's only sibling, older brother by about 4 years. They were estranged for many, many years. He died last year. We had no clue till my brother ran across the obituary and informed my mom. But he lived with my grandmother until he was in his early 40s. He was one of these guys. He had a job. He'd occasionally have a girlfriend. But, wasn't anything really wrong with him, but we always figured Uncle Bob was a little touched in the head, whatever. But there came a point where we thought he was never going to move out on his own. And then we were kind of like, well, my grandma, she was sharp until the end. But I was like, I'd be lying if I said that I never once worried about that dynamic. I'm like, are they going to get into an argument or something? And he's going to put, and this guy here. Now, it sounds like his parents were infirmed, but still, this is a 53-year-old guy living at home. And he's like, what that, he's going to frame it like he's doing them a favor. Oh, it was really quick. And, of course, they didn't ask me to kill them. But listen, they knew that they were. I did my duty to my parents, is what he said. You heard him say it there. My concern for their misery was paramount. I was so concerned for their misery.
I just killed them.
I just had to kill them. His mother had been injured from falling while crossing a road, and his father could no longer drive after cataract surgery. That doesn't sound to me like he was laid up like the grandparents in Willy Wonka. My dad couldn't drive.
Yeah.
Oh, well, it was either I had to drive my dad around or I had to kill him.
I mean, Your Honor, the man had to wear glasses. Can you imagine the life that he has to live?
Your Honor, these were thick glasses.
Not like you're thinking. This man had a botched cataract surgery. He has to wear glasses 24 hours a day, sir.
My mother fell from crossing the road. She's on crutches, Your Honor. This woman I would have to help her.
Look at the scrape on that knee, Your Honor.
He didn't mention his parents having any terminal illnesses. He walked out of the television studio and was immediately arrested, being charged with 2 counts of capital murder. He buried his parents in the yard. And, of course, you heard the guy there doing the interview. He asked if he killed them, and he said, I plead the fifth. Yeah, but on what grounds? Because you just kind of said everything else. So, again, this guy's not all there either. But it certainly doesn't seem to me like he was putting his parents, quote, out of their misery. Oh, my dad can't see. Oh, my mom is so slow. Oh, it's so terrible for her. But you took their Social Security bill? Oh, yeah, of course, I took that. I mean, I had to. But you have to imagine the people at this television station there in Albany, they just had their hands down each other's pants.
Oh,
you're trying to get something like that on television? We've got a guy who's going to confess to killing his parents, burying them in the backyard. Probably ran promos all weekend.
I'm still trying to carry like the normal, clock. Do 3 minutes with the guy and then be like, and we'll be right back after this to find out what he used.
Yeah. And now a word from Shovels. And now a word from Borax.
Well, yeah, you'd come back playing like the local radio station. Don't forget to get your news, weather, and information twice a day.
Yeah. Yep. ABC6 Albany, your killer connection. Hey, want to go see Adam Sandler? He's doing an arena tour. He's going to be here in a couple of weeks. You're My Best Friend tour. is going to play the Rocket Arena. It is Monday, October 13th. RocketArena.com for the details. If there are any tickets remaining, you can get them there. But I'll have a pair for you right now. Adam Sandler. I don't know who he's bringing with him. But, you know, he plays a little music. If you saw Adam Sandler's last hour, I think it was on HBO or maybe Netflix, it was very strange but very funny. It was very inventive and just did a really good job with that hour. You're My Best Friend tour at the Rocket Arena, October 13th. Caller 10, these are yours. Good luck. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
The Alan Cox Show.
100.7 WMMS.
Weekdays on 100.7 WMMS and 24/7 on our free iHeartRadio app.
Rover's Morning Glory.
I don't even remember who was playing Sunday Night Football. I know that I had that bet.
You had the Packers versus the...
He said Packers. What's on his mind all the time.
That's still funny.
He definitely likes cartoons. Charlie likes penises.
Rover's Morning Glory.
Weekdays on 100.7 WMMS and 24/7 on our free iHeartRadio app.
Keep on driving with Valley Chevrolet.
Power outages are increasing nationwide, and millions of homeowners are desperately looking for solutions. Generator Supercenter, the #1 Generac dealer in North America, is expanding with franchise opportunities right now. With 3 streams of revenue, comprehensive support, and a proven system, Generator Supercenter will have everything you need to succeed. Territories are going fast. Don't wait on this amazing opportunity. Learn more now at GeneratorFranchise.com. GeneratorFranchise.com.
You took the elevator to the 48th floor and handed him the briefing. Your fingertips touched, sending a shockwave of desire through the air. The room pulsed with a silent craving as he drew you in with his smoldering gaze, before uttering the words your body ached to hear.
The next train on track 2 is delayed.
And all the while, you were on your commute home.
Free estimate before the end of the month and save big with the pros at Window Nation. Say Alan Cox told me all about it or go to windownation.com.
You're on the list for Macy's Fall VIP Sale. That means you're invited to save big on this season's top designer looks at prices you'll love. Like an extra 30% off Calvin Klein, Steve Madden, Hugo Boss, and more. Plus, get 15% off beauty and fragrance from Estee Lauder, Lancome, and so many others. This only happens a few times a year. Don't miss the Fall VIP Sale. Today, only at Macy's. Savings off regular and already reduced prices. Exclusions apply.
Cats are masters at using up their 9 lives, like chasing laser pointers into walls or jumping onto high shelves. But the one thing cats never do? Text while driving. So be like a cat and protect your one and only life. Don't text and drive.
Don't drive distracted. A message brought to you by iHeartRadio, the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Project Yellow Light, and the Ad Council.
The Buzzard. The home of the Buzzard.
This is 100.7 WMMS.
Cleveland. Call the Alan Cox Show.
Have you met Alan? Oh my God, I forgot about Alan. Okay, do you have a whiteboard?
216-578-1007 or 1-800-348-1007.
We're going to be live tomorrow morning, by the way. We're getting preempted for a couple of days by Guardians playoff baseball. No better reason to get preempted. So Rob and I are going to post up at Flannery's. If you're downtown tomorrow pregame, we'll be there live right after RMG from 10 till about 12:30. 12:35 is when your pregame coverage will begin. And then 1:05 is going to be your first pitch on MMS. So tomorrow and Wednesday, we'll be live from Flannery's. The Guardians win the first 2, there ain't going to be a Game 3. So that'll be TBA, obviously. But we'll see you down there tomorrow, right around the corner from here, if you're looking for somewhere to hang. We'll be at Flannery's right after RMG tomorrow, right there on the corner. I finally saw Sleep Token on Saturday, Rob.
That's right. How was it?
It was pretty wild. There were a lot of moist panties in that arena, boy. They've sold out that entire arena tour. I've been trying to get the Sleep Token for 5 or 6 years. Back when I was telling people, you should pay attention to this band, and most people in the metal community wanted nothing to do with them because they really are kind of all over the place. And there's a lot of lore around the band, and it's very pretentious, and it's very dramatic. But it's a lot of fun. You know, they have masks, and they paint themselves black, and their concerts are called rituals, and they all have, you know, names. And they did really, really well at staying anonymous for a long time, but then I think they got doxxed. And so now if you know where to look, you know who they are. And it was only the 3rd time that they had played in Cleveland, and they've kind of ratcheted it up, you know, as they've gotten more popular. They did House of Blues years ago, and then they did the Agora last time, and then they sold out Rocket Arena on Saturday night. And, yeah, I saw a guy in his bathrobe. It was a wild show, but it was good. I was glad to finally see them because I was curious kind of how the live thing would hold up. Unfortunately, where I was sitting, I was in the nosebleeds. Where I was sitting, you know, I'm always kind of laser focused on the drummer when I go see a band. And there's just dynamite. I mean, the whole band's good. But where I was sitting, giant monitor block was directly in front of the drummer, so I couldn't see any of that. But the stagecraft was real good. It was a wild show. They've sold out the entire arena tour in the United States, so you're not going to do that if you're not bringing it to some degree.
Sounds very much like the Ghost Show.
That's what I was thinking. Again, I can't get into Ghost because I feel like they're a little more campy maybe than Sleep Token. But Sleep Token's whole thing, the guy can sing his ass off. So it's kind of like, you know, they'll do these very melodic kind of songs, and then they'll go into these real heavy kind of metal breakdowns and, you know, with your traditional kind of, you know, clean singing and some screaming in there as well. But I think TikTok really helped them bring a lot of women to their shows. This is one of these bands, I think there's a lot of, you know, most metal shows, it's 95% guys, but there's a lot of women going with their friends to Sleep Token or bringing their boyfriends and husbands, that kind of thing. But there's enough in there where dudes can dig them too. So I was glad to finally see that band. Because it wasn't a band, I was talking to the guy sitting next to me, And he was asking if it was the first time I was seeing them, and I said yes. And he and his wife had seen them on a couple of festival shows. And I'm like, this doesn't strike me as a band I want to see in the daytime on a festival stage, right? You kind of want the full thing. But I mean, I've had tickets to see these guys a handful of times over the past 5-6 years. I've had to eat them every time because something would come up. And early on, you know, you weren't going to sell Sleep Token tickets because nobody knew who the hell they were. And so, yeah, it was wild.
Yeah, everything you're describing sounds like that Ghost show. It has
Probably.
that exact same vibe.
Yeah, that's probably a pretty good analogy. You know, and these guys cover their bodies in black paint every night, and I'm kind of like, man, that's got to be a pain in the ass too. But it's, you know, it's metal, but the songs, the way that they kind of weave everything through, it's got plenty of drama for the ladies, but they're all good players too. And so it was a very interesting experience. Like, it's as advertised, you know. I don't know that anybody was walking out going, eh. And it was sold out.
You stay for the whole show?
I dipped out maybe one song before the end because as it happened, the fireworks from the Guardians game were getting out at the exact same time.
Oh.
So everybody was walking out at once. I was like, oh, we're not going to. I figured the Guardians crowd would be long gone by the time Sleep Token wrapped. But no, people had stuck around for the fireworks, and so everybody was pouring out downtown at the same time.
Take you forever to get out of here?
No, not me, because I dipped out a couple of minutes early, and I kind of scooted over here. But I was talking to one of our colleagues. He sat in this parking garage for 2 hours.
Oh, God, no.
Before he got out. And so I'm like, I must have threaded the needle, boy.
See, that's where you just pull back into your spot, put it in park, go have a couple beers, and come back.
Well, that's what I did. Like, I walked and had a couple of pops. But, yeah, people who were trying to get out of downtown were sitting in their cars for a long, long time. So, yeah, no, it was fun. I mean, again, it's I appreciate what they're trying to do. I don't know how long they can maintain this, but I was happy to see them. But, yeah, I think people who are into Ghost were probably a lot of those people there, too.
Yeah, it sounds like that same exact vibe.
Yeah. So a little something for everybody there. And, but again, what I'm most curious about, they don't strike me as a band that, like, there's something about them that feels like maybe they were put together, like they were manufactured.
Right.
Because I don't know. But yeah, they were good. I was happy to see them. Saw him in Detroit last tour. The drummer is incredible. Yeah, I would have liked to have seen him play. But where I was sitting in the 200s, I'm up there in Loudville because I got tickets from the station, right? I was going to buy tickets. But then I was like, no, I'll get them from the, they had some for me. But it's like, I know I'm going to be bumping the ceiling with my head, which is fine. I had plenty of company up there.
Yeah, everybody that won tickets from us.
Yeah. But
thanks for the great seats, Alan.
Well, no, I didn't have anybody hit me.
I'm just joking.
I don't think one person said boo to me other than the guy sitting next to me. But, yeah, no, it was a good show. I liked it. Alex Jones has been blowing me up again.
Yes.
We haven't heard from him in a minute, and the second I say, hey, is Alex Jones still around, he gets a bee in his bonnet and starts leaving me messages on the app.
Alan, this is Alex Jones. You know, I heard that the other day you were talking about me again, and you're calling me a dummy and all that. And then the day afterwards, you had a best-of show, Alan, because you were afraid. You were afraid to talk to Alex Jones live in person. You knew I'd call out you for talking bad about me, calling me an idiot. Your liberal ass wouldn't even have ratings. Your show wouldn't even have ratings if it wasn't for me, because all you do is talk about me, Alex. Alan, I can't even say my own name or your name. I'm so mad.
Man, he's getting worked up, this guy. Worked up. Jesus.
Wow.
1776.
Wow. So, yeah, again, that doesn't clue me into what his current situation is. But somebody sent me the video. It says, we'd love to tell you this is AI generated, but it is not. Somebody jealous about Charlie Kirk getting all the right-wing attention. It was Alex Jones with a Hitler mustache.
Oh, my God.
And he said the ladies love it. Now, hot on the heels of this Sleep Token show, at which there were thousands of women, I didn't see one Hitler stash. I didn't see anybody getting moist in the shorts over the Hitler stash. But he says, whether they want to admit it or not, I guess the implication being, hey, whatever you think about Hitler, he was a strong dude. Despite, of course, all historical evidence to the contrary. But Alex Jones rocking that Hitler stash.
Mustache, and it was very interesting. I could tell you it had a wild effect on women. I thought they were about to start throwing their panties at me. And they didn't know why. They were looking at me because most modern women, even young ones, don't really even know even what Hitler is. But they in the back of their head, they know what it is. So they got a guy with, kind of Lex Luthor meets Adolf Hitler looks with blue eyes, and they just didn't know what to do. They're like melting.
What the
Such an idiot.
Anyway, yeah, they didn't know. They don't know who Hitler is, but in the back of their mind, they know who he is. What? What does that mean? So I guess he's out there testing. Now, I guarantee that 100% did not happen, but who knows? He's out there, he's not married, single guy. His wife finally said, I am out of here. And he's $1 billion in debt? Yeah. Because he owes the Sandy Hook family $1 billion. So I don't know where he broadcasts from anymore. I don't know if he's still in his home. I don't know how much of his organization is left. I don't know. But Alex Jones, every so often, anytime I mention him, he will leave messages, and he's usually always very upset with me.
Just a biblical idiot.
But then but that's the thing, though. He's like, you call me a dummy? I never called him a dummy. Alex Jones is a lot of things. He's not a dummy. But listen, and then I think he felt a little penitent because he called me back.
Alan, this is Alex Shotes. I wanted to call back and just be a little more composed. I really lost my cool in that last message, okay? I'm so upset with the state of our country and everything going on with my show and my legal assets. But you're still a liberal ass, and you're still obsessed with me, Alan. And you know that your show would have no ratings if it wasn't for you talking about me. The people tune in to hear you talk about me.
Yeah, see?
Yeah, that's what it was.
So he kind of started off being like, okay, I'm sorry. But he couldn't contain himself. And that's okay. Listen, if I can be a sounding board for him occasionally, that's fine. But I would tell him, lose the Hitler stash, bro. According to him, these young ladies are melting, Rob.
Yeah, I'm sure.
There's probably
just take a look at them.
Might be a certain generation of women who think that's the Michael Jordan.
Maybe.
But this is the downside of people not knowing history, or not caring to know history, or whitewashing history. You can be preyed upon by one Alexander Jones. Hey, Pat.
What's up, Alan?
How are you, Pat?
He sounds more like Robert Frank from social media, man. That guy is hilarious. I was calling about the Sleep Token concert you went to.
Correct.
So lucky, man. I've been wanting to see them for a while. Is his voice really that amazing live?
Yeah, it was good. He was doing a lot more hopping around than I thought. You know when you're a kid and you've got this is going, like when you're running around on the horse on the stick. You know when you're pretending to ride a horse when you're a little kid and you're doing that gallop thing? He was doing a lot of galloping on stage, and that's fine. They gave him a huge stage, so he had a lot of ground to cover. But people ate it up. Yeah, he would come foreground, then he'd go background, and then he'd But obviously, every time this guy farted sideways, the girls were going crazy. So yeah, it was a wild scene. It was a good show. It was a wild scene. It checked a lot of boxes. And I don't think anybody walked out of there disappointed.
Yeah, like I said, his voice on album is always amazing, and I've been just dying to see it live to know if it holds up from album to live.
Yeah, he can sing his ass off. I mean, that's the thing that I think is a big part of that band's appeal is he's a great singer. I told people for a while it was like if Ed Sheeran was fronting a metal band. So I think that's, if you're going to do that kind of
perfect analogy,
if you're going to do that dramatic stuff. But then again, Pat, everybody sounds great when they're recorded. because you can sweeten it in the
Yeah.
studio, and no, they sounded great.
All right. Thank you so much, Alan. Stay doing your thing. Hate the show.
Thank you, sir. I will do that. Pat, I don't know what Pat wanted to know. A lot of people asking me if I went to that Lorna Shore show. I did not go to that. I didn't go to Lorna Shore. We gave away tickets for it. A great band called Shadow of Intent opened for them, and I saw a handful of people wearing Shadow of Intent shirts at the show on Saturday night. And I've talked about this before too, and there's nothing wrong with it, but it is interesting how there's no, what's the word I'm looking for? So many people wear the shirt of the band they're going to see.
Yeah.
That's that didn't used to be a thing. Back in the day, it just was not done. And it doesn't matter. It was just kind of more of a convention, They're like, what? You'd make fun of somebody if they were wearing the shirt of the band. But a lot of people do that now. They're at Sleep Token. They're wearing this. I didn't wear my Sleep Token shirt. I got a Sleep Token shirt from like 8 years ago. I did not wear my Sleep Token shirt. Well, a lot of people do, boy. They wear the shirt of the band they're going to see. And nothing wrong with it. I'm wondering when that tide turned.
The only time it's okay is if you buy it there. You know what I mean? Like if you buy that tour shirt and you throw it on, that's fine. But if you wear
because you don't want to carry it around. Like,
right.
I understand that.
But if you wear it to the show, I agree with you.
No, I think a lot of people, these didn't look like brand new shirts. Because the last thing you want to do is like, stand in line for the merch. And then you get up there and they only have beefy tees. There's still people doing merch in beefy tees.
Yeah.
Like, I don't want that. I feel like the man in the iron mask. Like I have chainmail on or something. Give me like a 50-50 blend or something. Give me a cottony soft piece of merch. You're charging me enough for it. But I don't buy merch at shows, really. Because the line is so goddamn long. When I went to Deftones, I was like, these people are all in line. Like they're missing the show because they're in line to get a shirt. Like, you could just go online and get this later on, right? And go out there and see the show you paid money to see. But you do you. Your concert experience is supposed to be yours. Eric.
Yes.
Eric, what's going on?
Hey, everybody. How you doing?
I'm good.
I heard you talking about drummers and stuff. I know you're really into drummers. Have you ever listened to Jen Ledger from Skillet?
From Skillet? Sure, yeah. We played Skillet and we've given away tickets, and yeah, sure.
Yeah. What do you think about her?
I think she's fine. I think for what that band needs, I mean, they're a Christian rock band, which doesn't have anything to do, obviously, with their style or whatever, but it's a family band, and they're never really on my radar. But yeah, she's fine. I mean, again, that's not a band that requires a lot behind the drums, so.
Right.
But they're fine, yeah. They got a lot of fans.
Very cool.
Okay, thank you, Eric. Boy, people are just, Rob.
Yeah, it's
people are thirsty for my opinions today, Rob. Most times people are like, shut up, you dope.
Remember that drummer in Skillet?
Yeah.
That was awesome.
Uh-huh. Alan, one of my favorite conspiracy theories is that Alex Jones is a government agent used to discredit actual whistleblower information because everything else he says is crazy. So any true stories that come out, he will report. Yeah, but that's fundamental to any conspiracy theory. You dabble in enough correct information with completely made up stuff, everybody's head explodes. Nobody knows where they're going. I don't know that you need, for as long as Alex Jones has been doing what he does, he's been doing it since the early 90s when he was a local community television guy in Austin. A long time. For as long as he's been doing it, I don't know that you need all that. Some things are just in front of you, People talk about conspiracy theories. That's why you need fewer and fewer of them now with the current administration, because it's all in front of you. It's all in the open. You don't need conspiracy theories. It's all right there. I'll tell you what was funny at Sleep Token, because we were way up there. And there were a lot, just based on the angle of where we were. We weren't completely to the side of the stage, but we were closer to the side and way up there, right? Is there were a lot of girls standing, a lot of people standing, and there was one girl in my row, at the other end of my row, and I could hear her screaming at people to sit down. We've talked
rock
about
show?
Yes.
Stop it.
And the girls that were standing up were in front, guys and girls, but there were like, a few women there that were like with their friends. And obviously people are drinking. I was like, oh, this is going to pop off right up here in my section. This is going to be great. And I don't think it did, but there was a lot of back and forth with the standing girls turning around like, what's wrong with you? Girls yelling at each other to sit down. It's like, listen, I think if anybody needs I did a lot of standing at 9 Inch Nails because the people in front of me were standing. I'm not going to scream about it. My legs work.
Yeah, it's a rock show.
Stand up. I mean, if you're on the floor, yeah.
But even people getting whiny, but even if you're up in the seats, if people are having a good time and dance, that's what you're supposed to do at concerts.
Yeah.
Who cares?
Yeah. Yep. Hey, here's a band from way back who really started coming back again. They're called Acid Bath. I saw them at Incarceration, and these guys were like kind of broke up before they really got going in the early 90s. There was some drug use, and there were some problems with the band. 2 Hours to Midnight presenting Acid Bath, our metal show, along with Cleveland's own Midnight, Amigo the Devil, Nun Slaughter from Cleveland, Ohio, and more. This is going to happen Friday, the 13th of March, not till next spring. I will see you there at the Agora. AXS.com has the details for you. The return of Acid Bath, bigger and better than ever, with some of Cleveland's finest local metal. Caller 10, these tickets are going to be yours. Good luck. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
It's the Alan Cox Show.
Everywhere on our free iHeartRadio app.
Or whatever smart device you have.
Just tell it to play the Alan Cox Show on iHeartRadio.
Our 2025 iHeartRadio Music Festival, presented by Capital One.
Streaming only on Hulu.
Beginning Thursday.
Jelly Roll!
Hi, this is Ed Sheeran.
LL Cool J! Brian Adams.
Make some noise for Tate McRae.
Give it up for Sammy Hagar. Mariah Carey.
Hey, this is Noodles from The Offspring.
Tim McGraw. We are Maroon 5. Good evening. Glorilla. Get loud for John Fogerty.
And so much more. See it all at our 2025 iHeartRadio Music Festival, presented by Capital One.
Streaming only on Hulu. Beginning Thursday.
From the Mr. Hero
I crave the hero.
Weather Center.
WMMS weather.
It will be mostly clear tonight, down to 64. Tomorrow, sunny with a high of 79. And sunny again Wednesday, cooler. Wednesday's high about 70.
This report is sponsored by Major League Baseball.
The stage is set for MLB's postseason.
How good was that?
October hits different. Watch baseball at its finest. Postseason 2025. Major League Baseball. Trademarks used with permission.
Nobody makes it easier to make your car last longer.
I heard you got the job. Congratulations.
Thanks. And I just got my first paycheck early.
How did that happen?
I opened an everything checking account at Dollar Bank and got my pay direct deposited 2 days early.
Ooh, that's a nice perk.
And a $300 welcome bonus, plus a great savings rate and card controls to turn my card on or off, and real-time card activity alerts.
All that plus $300? Sounds like I need to get an everything checking account.
You sure do. The $300 welcome bonus is a limited time offer, though. Open your account now.
I'm doing it.
Open your account online in less than 5 minutes at dollar.bank/300 or visit your local Dollar Bank office today. Dollar Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC. $300 offer for new customers only and may end without notice. Certain requirements apply in the first year. 0.10% annual percentage yield. Account opening is subject to approval and accounts are available only to consumers residing in Dollar Bank's markets. Early pay is not a guarantee you will receive your direct deposit earlier than your scheduled pay date. Certain requirements apply.
You took the elevator to the 48th floor and handed him the briefing. Your fingertips touched, sending a shock wave of desire through the air. The room pulsed with a silent craving as he drew you in with his smoldering gaze. Before uttering the words your body ached to hear.
The next train on track 2 is delayed.
And all the while, you were on your commute home. There's more to imagine when you listen. Discover romance titles on Audible.
Hey, Mackenzie here for Ken Ganley Volkswagen, where you'll find a great selection of VW models. Drive the 2025 Taos S, $225 a month, $225 at Ken Ganley Volkswagen North Olmsted and Willoughby Hills. I want to see you in a Ken Ganley VW.
36-month lease, $39.95 down, 7,500 miles per year plus tax, auto registration and doc fee with no security deposit on approved credit through 4-leaf. FCU sale price $26,643, VIN 3BB 5C7B26 SM0799 401 expires 9/30/25.
This isn't just a game, it's a once-in-a-generation event. The Harlem Globetrotters 100-year tour. Celebrate 100 years of high-flying dunks, 100 years of show-stopping moves, and 100 years of changing the game. Bring the whole family and be part of the legacy. This game is once in a century. Be there at Rocket Arena on December 28th. Go to HarlemGlobetrotters.com for your tickets to the 100-year tour.
If you love to travel, Capital One has a rewards credit card that's perfect for you. With the Capital One Venture X card, you earn unlimited double miles on everything you buy. Plus, you get premium benefits at a collection of luxury hotels when you book on Capital One Travel. And with Venture X, you get access to over 1,000 airport lounges worldwide. Open up a world of travel possibilities with the Capital One Venture X card. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. Lounge access is subject to change. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Texting enrolls you into recurring automated text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, Dan, how you doing? Haven't seen you around the gym for a while.
Yeah, I've really fallen off. Since I turned 40, I just don't get the results I used to get.
Could be lower testosterone.
Lower T?
Yeah, I went through it a while back. Once you hit 40, your body has less free testosterone. I got Nugenix Total T, and it's made a huge difference for me.
I've seen that ad on TV. Is it for real?
Oh, yeah. The key ingredient is something called Tesnor, which helps boost free and total testosterone levels to help you trim up and stay lean.
And it's made a difference for you?
Man, I feel like I'm in my 20s again. At work, in the gym, and in the bedroom.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles for people to try it for themselves?
Yeah, you just need to send them a text.
Text SERVE to 42424 right now for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T, the #1 selling testosterone booster at GNC. Plus, text now and we'll include a bottle of Nugenix Thermo, our most powerful fat incinerator ever, to help you get back into shape fast. Absolutely free. Text SERVE to 42424. That's SERVE to 42424.
A three-run walk-off home run. Cleveland wins the division title.
Your Cleveland Guardians battle the Tigers in the 2025 Wild Card Series this week at Progressive Field. Get your tickets now at CLEGuardians.com.
Do Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms keep coming back? Tremfya, guselkumab, may help, with rapid remission achieved at 12 weeks and lasting clinical remission at 1 year. Some even saw visible improvement of their intestinal lining at 12 weeks and 1 year. Tremfya is a prescription medicine used to treat adults with moderately to severely active Crohn's disease and adults with moderately to severely active ulcerative colitis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Healing is possible with Tremfya. Approximately 3 out of 10 patients were in endoscopic remission at 1 year, based on areas visualized on colonoscopy, which may not represent the deeper bowel layer or entire GI tract. Individual results may vary. Ask your doctor about Tremfya today. Call 1-800-526-7736 to learn more or visit tremfyaradio.com.
I can't believe how spotless my floors look after using the Swiffer Power Mop. No more dragging around a heavy mop and messy bucket. Now I get the same deep clean without all the work. Thanks to the powerful solution and scrubbing pad of the Swiffer Power Mop, dirt and grime don't stand a chance, and I don't break a sweat. Mic drop. Mop drop.
Swiffer Power Mop. Swiffer Power Mop.
A smarter way to mop. Try it or your money back.
It's the gaming event of the year, featuring T-Pain's Nappy Boy Grizzlies versus Neo's Gentleman's Gaming. It's a 4v4 matchup featuring Call of Duty, Tetris, Trackmania, Tony Hawk Pro Skater 3+4, and Tekken 8. Season 0 of the Global Gaming League is live streaming on YouTube and Twitch. Head over to globalgamingleague.com.
No matter what's happening in the world, one thing never changes. People need power. With outages on the rise and our grid under strain, demand for Generac standby generators is soaring. Generator Supercenter, the nation's #1 Generac dealer, is expanding with limited franchise opportunities available now. Backed by a proven model and full support, this is your chance to build a future in an industry that never stops. Visit GeneratorFranchise.com today. That's GeneratorFranchise.com.
For more information about contests on WMMS, go to WMMS.com/rules.
Traffic. From the Elk Traffic Center, for medical mistake caused you injury, call Elk and Elk at 1-800-ELK, Ohio. 480 West on the Valley View Bridge, an accident being cleared from the left lane. And there's a wreck on 77 South between the Rest area and Gent Road. Only 2 lanes in the construction zone, and they're both blocked. Traffic is back to Wheatley Road. You may consider taking Wheatley to Brecksville, which turns into Cleveland-Massillon Road, and then re-entering the highway from Gent Road. Jackie Robertson, the Total Traffic Center.
This report is sponsored by GeneratorFranchise.com. The population is rising, storms are getting worse, and the grid can't keep up. Demand for Generac generators is surging. Generator Supercenter, the #1 Generac dealer, has franchise opportunities in your area. Act now at GeneratorFranchise.com. That's GeneratorFranchise.com.
Fall is sports season, and iHeartRadio has it all. The NFL.
Touchdown, Green Bay Packers.
MLB playoffs.
It is gone!
College football, the NHL, and NBA preseason moves are underway. From scores and reactions to interviews and hot takes, it's all at your fingertips on the iHeartRadio app.
Appreciate you taking my call, guys.
Lock in with your favorite teams with play-by-play, podcasts, and local stations where you can react and join the conversation. Sports on iHeartRadio, where fans live it.
I met Alan.
Did you?
I gave him marijuana.
Oh, great.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS.
Yeah, I had an attitude.
I got another $1,000 for it in about 10 minutes. We're back with keywords for you. Every hour, just about all day long, from the Buzzard Bookie. Each one of them, put $1,000 in your pocket. So next one here in a matter of minutes. Rob and I will be live a little bit earlier than normal. We're getting preempted, of course, for Guardians playoff baseball. So tomorrow and Wednesday, we will be live right after RMG at Flannery's, right downtown here. That is Prospect and East 4th, right there on the corner. We'll start around 10, go to about 12:30. That's when your pregame coverage will begin. 1:05 is your first pitch. I think 1:08, to be precise, is start time. And, of course, the Guardians take the first 2. There ain't going to be a Game 3. So that'll be TBA. But tomorrow and Wednesday, if you're downtown pre-gaming, come by and hang with us at Flannery's. We'll be there right when RMG signs off. Gates open at 11:30 tomorrow.
And I've confirmed, if you do not have tickets and want to try to win some, we will have tickets both days to both games.
Mm-hmm.
So going to do that a preset thing again, Alan.
Yeah.
Going to make sure you come up to the table and you show us that you have.
Is that what we're doing?
The radio station on the preset there on the iHeartRadio app.
Yep.
And that'll automatically qualify you to win those tickets. So
very cool.
Nice and easy.
The ceremonial first pitch tomorrow with Lonnie Chisenhall, and then Wednesday, Jan Gomes. Remember Jan Gomes? Boy, he was here. Jan Gomes. He's from Brazil. I think he plays for the Cubs now, but he was with the Blue Jays. I think they're the ones who drafted him. But he was here for a while, wasn't he? Jan Gomes is throwing out the ceremonial first pitch. Yeah, we had him from 2013 to 2018. We were his second team. Got drafted by the Blue Jays, played for them. And then he was with the Cubs. I don't know if he still is, but anywho. Yeah, he's a catcher. And from Brazil. Anyway, he will be back to bask in the applause at Progressive Field, throwing out that ceremonial first pitch. How did Drew Carey do, by the way? We were gone, I think, for any postscript on that. But Drew Carey, they had him out there throwing out one of the first pitches last week.
Well, we didn't see it on SportsCenter, so I'm guessing he didn't put it into the ground.
Yeah. Didn't Baba Booey it?
Didn't Baba Booey it.
DJ Cairo going to be spinning as well during the postseason. So
They
anyway,
say who's doing the anthem?
the national anthem tomorrow, Danielle Danberg.
Okay.
And then Wednesday, D'Angelo Graham.
Unfamiliar.
Same.
Did you see who sang for the final game of the season, the playoff clinching game of the season? Who sang the national anthem for that game?
Can I guess?
Yes.
Is it a local person?
Yes.
A local luminary?
Yes.
Are they known primarily for their singing ability?
No. Well, no.
So it's a local person who's not primarily known for their singing ability, and yet they sang the anthem.
But she can.
All right, hint.
Oh, crap.
Traditionally, one of the most difficult songs to nail.
Mm-hmm.
Erica Lauren, our own Erica Lauren.
No.
Okay, she's
but
done
a friend
it before.
of the show.
Friend of the show.
Big time friend of the show.
Mary Santora.
No, but she was there, I believe.
Friend of the show. Not Bridget.
No.
Bridget Linton?
But someone else who would occasionally fill in.
Gab Cruz?
Gab sang the national anthem.
See, she's a hell of a singer, boy.
She really is, man.
Yeah, but she is an accomplished singer.
She is.
Yeah.
But I wouldn't say, do you think she's primarily known for that?
No. Much to her chagrin.
No, she's awesome.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, so she,
good.
She sang.
You know, she goes commando a lot. She talked about that here on this show.
I have heard that.
Yep. Gabrielle Cruz. I saw her at the Guardians game last time, but yeah.
Yeah,
talked
she's
about
great.
going commando here. Stick that in your pipe and smoke it.
She's also 1-0 singing the national anthem in Guardians games. So
Good for her.
See that?
Mm-hmm.
Well done, Gab.
Yeah, well done. Good. Okay. Well, tomorrow you're going to get Danielle Danberg, and then Wednesday you're going to get D'Angelo Graham. And then Game 3 if necessary. So if Game 3 is necessary, then we'll be at Flannery's again on Thursday?
Depending on the time.
Oh, because we don't know the time, right?
Right.
Yeah, okay.
Because if the Yankees-Guardians series, or excuse me, the Yankees-Red Sox series goes to 3 games, we'll still have the 105. But there's a potential if that wraps up early, we could go at 4:05 or even 7:05. So it's still up in the air. So
kind of a day of decision then.
Right.
Yeah.
So I would say if it's early in the day, we'll be out again.
Okay. Well, at the very least, tomorrow and Wednesday we'll be at Flannery's. RMG signs off, and we will start up to assault your ear holes with whatever dumb crap we come up with. I was doing I'm trying to get people to Vegas and potentially the Super Bowl. We're doing this Bud Light football face-off. I call them the Cox Out pre-games. I was out in Concord yesterday, which I was in Chardon not long ago, and it's kind of in that area. But I was at Birdie King's there in Concord, which used to be something else. It's like at the end of this strip mall out there on a service road. And, boy, I had so many interesting conversations with people yesterday out there at Birdie King's. I was chatting up this woman who is in her car for an hour. She drives from Ashtabula to Hunting Valley, which I'm pretty sure is hoity-toity because she teaches at like one of these all-boys prep schools, right? And she's kind of foxy, but like I'm always fascinated by the people who will tell me they enjoy this show because it's not always the people that you might not expect, but a lot of times it is. I also had a couple people buy me a pretty good shot, Rob. You know, they were asking about the Labia roller coaster, and we really haven't nailed that down. And they were like, have you ever had a peppercini Lamborghini?
Ooh.
And I said, no. Well, we've done picklebacks, right?
Yeah.
Last time we were at Flannery's with some colleagues, we were doing picklebacks, one of whom had never done one before. And so I assume by now everybody at least has heard of them. So I'm always overjoyed when somebody has never heard of a pickleback because that gives me an opportunity to have one with them. That's just Jameson and the pickle juice you chase it with. Well, these people bought me, the three of us. I bought them. Three of us did peppercini Lamborghini. It's the Jameson again, but instead of the pickle juice, it's banana pepper juice.
Oh.
Spicy, Rob. Spicy.
I like that.
Brian and Kayla, they were the ones. At the bar, and I'm on board. I like it. Pepperoncini Lamborghini, I think is what it was called.
I'll have to try it.
I think, yeah. Now, there are a lot of places, that don't have pickle juice. I think more and more of them do because they're used to people being hip to those. It seems much more unlikely you go to a bar and go, you guys have banana pepper juice back there? They might not even know what the hell you're talking about. But it was a good drink. I enjoyed it. And a lot of people got qualified for this trip to Vegas. So if you go to WMMS.com, by the way, because we're doing a bunch of these for Browns away games. And boy, did the Browns eat a fat one yesterday.
Oh, my God.
They sure did. Thank God everybody can throw their accolades at Cleveland's baseball team. Because that football team, boy, they lost hard. So, no fun there. But the fun to be had with me, that'll have. Next one's in a couple of weeks. And it could get you to Vegas, by the way. So that next be at the Town Tavern out in Copley. I've been there before, too. They have a great patio. So the 12th of October will be the next Bud Light football face-off with yours truly. But the whole schedule, because we do a bunch of them, the whole schedule is at WMMS.com. Just hit the contest page there. Somebody sent me the story about the woman who coughed. She coughed or farted? Oh, she yawned. Well,
she coughed. No, she farted.
Farted. No,
she yawned. It
was
okay. One of those three.
Yeah. She yawned so hard she broke her neck.
Whoa.
A woman in England yawned too hard and compressed her spine. And the doctors, for a minute, were telling her they weren't sure she was going to make it. They were giving her even odds.
I yawned and immediately 2 discs shot forward into my spinal cord, compressing my spine. And I was having these weird seizures down one side, and then the other side I was losing function. The surgeon had come to see me. I just remember him saying, you need to have surgery now, and it's 50-50 whether you're going to survive this. They said that the 2 discs had shot forward and compressed my spine, essentially breaking my neck.
Compressed my spine! Imagine that.
I could not feel my toes.
I yawned. I was so tired, and then I compressed my spine. They said, whatever you do, don't fart.
And then I was having a seizure.
Yeah. Let me give you this money, as promised. Back with the Buzzard Bookie. About 30 past every hour, you get a shot at this money. It's $1,000 right now. I hope you win. Good luck.
This is your chance to bet with the Buzzard Bookie and win $1,000 now. Enter this nationwide keyword at WMMS.com. Bills. That's bills. Enter it now at WMMS.com.
She farted so hard, she died.
This is what I was thinking they were talking about. I don't know what it says about me, but it can't be anything good that my algorithm is feeding me pages on Instagram like girl farts gone wild, Rob.
Really?
Have you seen girl farts gone wild?
No.
There's a lot of one girl doing it. It's probably there's a 50% chance it's probably all fake. But whatever. Now that porn has been ubiquitous now for so long, they're kind of reduced to this. Hey, chick's farting. I have to think, I think I cast my mind back 20 plus years ago when I was on the air in Pittsburgh, and I had a handful of regular club nights that I would host. And one of them was at this chain bar. It was called Have a Nice Day Cafe. They probably had one of those out by where you were. I think they had one here in Cleveland way before my time. But it was like a 70s themed bar, right? A lot of happy faces and things like that. It was called Have a Nice Day Cafe. And I used to do every Wednesday night. I would host, college night or whatever at Have a Nice Day Cafe. And I remember one year Joe Francis was there. Remember Joe Francis?
Was that the Girls Gone Wild guy?
That was the Girls Gone Wild guy.
Okay, yeah.
And this was back when he would go to clubs and he would host and whatever. And I was hosting, but I was doing this with Joe Francis. And I wasn't like a Girls Gone Wild guy, and Joe Francis lived up to every skeevy thing I had heard about him. But he was getting girls to agree. The rap on this guy, I think he went to prison or something, right? Because they found out he was like recording girls that were underage or something. Putting girls in the Girls Gone Wild videos that were under. Anyway, he was getting girls to agree to all kinds of things. But I'm telling you, if he had asked them to fart, they would have slapped him. But now it's all over. And they're making money. Girl farts gone wild.
Yeah, that's one, man. I'm happy that's not popping up in my algorithm because that's just, no, thank you. Now.
It's a girl laying on her bed, and it says, Carla breaks her own record, blasting the longest Gene farts. She's lying on a bed. She's in a tank top and denim pants, right? There's nothing X-rated about it. But this is what, I don't know how many followers they've got. Oh, yeah.
Oh, I don't like that at all.
No, and the comments are great. Such a beautiful orchestra, right? Listen, your audience is going to find you. And if this is what you're cranking out there. So a lot of it is the same girl. Some of it is other girls. And I don't know if Joe Francis gets a piece. I don't know what that guy's situation. It's only got 7,400 followers. But I have to think that people who have, that's their kink, right? Gassy gals. Now, of course, this is absolutely foreign to guys like you and me. We don't even fart in front of other people.
No.
And so if your girl was to fart like that, some people are into that.
I mean, look, like I'll fart for comedic effect, right? Like when I was with my brother at my mom's this past week.
Oh, you were doing that?
Yeah, a couple of times I farted and we laughed. He farted, I'd laugh. I don't know. That whole like 4 video and then a fart like that coming out of a hot girl.
Well,
I don't.
That's why I wonder how much of it is real.
I don't like it.
I guess if you're into that, you don't care if it's real, but I have a feeling it's like a dude just off frame.
You think so?
Really busting ass and yeah, kind of.
That fart had like the flappy cheeks and the face she was making.
It was like that girl who sent us the Chewbacca fart years ago. Yeah.
God.
It's flappy, all right.
And I understand.
Like, I think that's fake, right? She's sitting there and she's like making faces like, oh. She's in ecstasy, right? But I think it's probably they're either, the sound being laid over the video. But again, if you're into that, you don't care if it's real or not.
And I also understand that I'm being sexist when I say it. Like, I think it's funny. Like, if my brother farted, I would laugh. If you farted, I would laugh. I have laughed at your fart. Whenever I think about a woman farting, I don't laugh.
How often do you think about that, Rob?
But like to this point, there was not an ounce of me that could laugh at that.
Well, yeah, I don't find it funny, but I don't think it's supposed to be funny. I think it's for dudes that are into that. And that's what I'm saying. Like, the more you have complete and total access to every kind of pornography, it gets harder and harder. And again, these girls aren't naked, but I mean, a kink is a kink. The harder it is to find your niche.
Yeah. I guess.
Remember cake farts back in the day?
Yeah,
that's kind of some old school internet stuff.
Was it E-Bombs World or whatever? My buddy used to send out stuff all the time. Remember there was one for a woman who farted in pudding.
Yeah, there was pudding. Yeah. So that's going back a ways. Again, this isn't unprecedented, but it was just, I don't know why this got fed to me in my algorithm.
Now we're talking about it. It's going to be in mine.
I was going to say probably because we talk about it so much here, but yeah, no, you go back 25 years, right? Easily 25 years. It was bare-ass girls squatting on birthday cakes.
Yeah.
And farting. And the resultant splash of frosting or whatever it was really scratching some dudes right where they itch.
Yeah, I mean, even those like accidental fart videos. Like, I think it's like if I see one that it's a girl does it, I don't have the same reaction as if a guy does it. I don't know why, and I know that's bad. I know I should.
Well, because guys
think that way,
but guys aren't trying to be sexy.
Oh, I know.
Guys are trying to be stupid and goofy or whatever. These accounts are like girls going, oh. And
oh God.
But also, I bet anything, I haven't gone down the rabbit hole here, but I bet anything, whatever link is on these accounts, I'm sure you can send them requests.
Oh, I'm sure.
Right? That's got to be part and parcel of it. This is just like another arm of girls selling their feet pics.
I guess. I mean, feet pics is one thing. This is a fart. Like, Jesus Christ.
Now, I have to think that these are fake, right?
I don't think so.
Really?
I really don't, man.
Huh.
Look at the faces she's making.
That's what I'm saying. They're making faces and make like, oh.
Yeah, but.
Oh, I'm so dirty. Oh. But if you really, listen, you got to go over these things with a fine-tooth comb. There's nothing moving there in her backside. There's no movement of the fabric or anything.
You can't fake like that.
You can
face.
fake anything.
Like we can make funny faces, like when you're like that. Oh, what I think a face should look like when you fart, but then you know the real version of it.
Yeah. Alan, we had a Have a Nice Day Cafe in Menor. All right. Knew it. All right. Well, yeah, Joe Francis back in the day. That guy was a piece of work.
He sure was.
He just kind of treated me like I was a schlub. I'm like, that's fine, bro. Like, I'm here. I'm getting paid. I'm hosting, whatever. But it was like this really, I mean, Girls Gone Wild, once more info came out on him and the guys. It was all, I don't know why anybody thought it was above board. It was all pretty skeevy.
Well, plus the novelty of it wore off quick, too. You know what I mean? Like, okay, there's another girl flashing her boobs. Okay, cool. Hey, look, there's a girl flashing her boobs. She's not a porn star. Cool, there's another girl. It was kind of dumb.
And that's what I'm saying is at the time it was still kind of, not innocent, but there was like a jauntiness to it, right?
Yeah.
Drunk college girls, they're not getting buck naked. They're pulling their shirt up.
Yeah.
And we had to have like these partitions up because you're still in a public place. And so we had these partitions up where girls would sign a waiver and then they go behind the partition and you'd see camera flashes and video. I was like, ugh, man, this ain't for me. And just as many girls were in this club, looking down their nose at the other girls. It wasn't like everybody was lining up to do it, but a lot of them were, boy. A lot of them were lining up.
You go to Bourbon Street in New Orleans. It's the exact same thing, 24/7.
Right.
That's what you want, go see there.
But also these were like college girls.
Right. No,
right?
I know.
In Pittsburgh. So they're going to like Carnegie Mellon and Duquesne and Pitt, right? They're not scrubs. These aren't girls like, this is my meal ticket.
Right.
It's pretty wild. Anywho, girl farts is where we are in the far reaches of social media. I got to take a break here. I want to send me a text, 35192. You can listen wherever you are on the iHeartRadio app.
The Alan Cox Show.
On 100.7 WMMS.
Guardians, the history-making Cleveland Guardians, win the AL Central. They're calling it the comeback of the century, Rob. Of the century. Now, this is a young century, but still, credit where credit is due. We will be live tomorrow. Rob and I starting right after RMG. We'll do a little pregame for you. Live downtown from Flannery's. Tomorrow and Wednesday, we'll start at 10. Go up to your pregame, 12:35. So, a brief broadcast, but if you're looking for a place to post up downtown, that's where we will be. Come by and hang, and we will have tickets for you for tomorrow's game. What do they do? Show us the app on their phone?
The preset in the app.
Oh, the WMMS preset in the iHeart Radio app.
Correct. As long as you have that there, you can win those tickets.
I see.
It's that easy.
So 10 a.m. tomorrow. That's when we will start, live at Flannery's. And then Wednesday as well. Thursday's game is TBD since it's best of 3. And the Guardians could probably take those first 2 games against the Detroit Tigers. So we'll find out. But we will. Hopefully you'll be able to join us tomorrow morning starting at 10. As soon as RMG signs off, we will fire it up down at Flannery's, right at Prospect and East 4th, right around the corner from us. Probably like a 60-second walk for us, Rob, right down Prospect. And then a 75-second stumble back down Prospect to get my Uber later on. If you listen to us on iHeartRadio, the aforementioned from out of state, tell me where you do it. Make sure you're on our map. I sent out another batch of stickers this morning, too. Justin listens to us in Buffalo. Ryan's in San Diego. Gilly is in Butler, Pennsylvania. Brett's in Grand Rapids, Michigan. By the way, I got thank you to Chris, who is one of our Pittsburgh bureau chiefs. He sent me a couple of Permane Brothers stickers here, Rob. He goes, hey, cap and eggs on me next time you're in town.
Nice.
Yeah, a couple of Permane Brothers. I don't think I've ever had it sober. But when I used to have to do a lot of appearances down there in a strip district, I'd come stumbling out. And you'd stumble into Permane Brothers. I said, capicola and egg for me. Fries all over. I mean, you're putting fries on your salad, Rob. So
on purpose?
On purpose. Yeah, that took me a while to get acclimated to that when I first moved to Pittsburgh. I ordered a salad, and it came out covered in French fries. And I looked at the girl, I was like, what the hell is this? I didn't even know it was a thing. And she looked at me like I had an eye in the middle of my forehead. I'm like, I don't know what this is.
Yeah, I don't think I want
You
that.
ordered a salad. I go, yeah, I ordered a salad for a specific reason. As it is like a Eaton Park chef salad, right? So it's like iceberg lettuce and ham cubes. I'm like, I'm not trying to. Anyway, I was new to town, and I wasn't hip to the local culinary idiosyncrasies, but that's how they do it there. So anyway, thank you, Chris. By the way, how about them Steelers, boy? While Cleveland Browns lick their wounds, I'm so jealous. My buddy Randy Bauman does mornings at WDVE in Pittsburgh. I used to do mornings at their sister station called The X. And so, but they are the Steelers' flagship. DVE is like the MMS of Pittsburgh. It's a monster, right? They go to Dublin. He's like posting photos from Dublin. I'm like, God damn it. Because that game was in Dublin.
He went with them?
The whole show, his morning show.
Jesus.
Yeah. They go to
about us?
Dublin. I'm like, yeah, well, we're not the flagship.
It does anywhere. We are with the Guardians.
Guardians aren't going to Dublin. I just love Dublin. It's probably my favorite city in Europe. And so I was like, God, you son of a bitch. And then the Steelers win, and it was a whole thing. But I keep forgetting that Aaron Rodgers plays for Pittsburgh. That's been such a revolving door at that position that I forget, because before the Browns game was on yesterday at my Cox Out, the Steelers-Vikes game was on. And I'm like, oh, right, Aaron Rodgers and his dumb face.
I can't stand that guy. Just another one of those dudes.
Of course, one of the players getting in trouble there in Dublin. Backup quarterback Skylar Thompson in trouble. Irish police called about an early morning incident. A quote, weekend situation. Boy, they sure dance around this stuff, don't they? He was involved in a situation. Yeah, everything is a situation. I guess the rumor was that he had been robbed in Dublin. So they came out and I guess took, I don't know, who knows. But the Steelers beat the Vikings at Croke Park. The Browns played Croke Park? They did, didn't they? I thought that this isn't the first game in Dublin.
No, but I don't know. I know that they played overseas. I think it was last year.
The Browns will play there. Wait. This can't be right. The Browns will play there on September the 28th? No, that's not right.
That would have been yesterday. Was it originally the Browns? I don't think so.
And then it got switched to the Vikes?
I don't think so.
Somebody will tell me. All this information I'm getting, that says Steelers-Vikings, but when I Google Browns Croke Park, it says they will play the Steelers on September 28th. Anywho, none of that matters. We wouldn't have been there anyway, but I was envious. And I don't like to be envious, Rob. You know me. I consider jealousy a useless emotion. But I'm so enamored of Dublin. I've been there a couple of times. When I saw they were there, I was slightly happy for them. But then I become the guy where I'm like texting going, oh, you should go here. Oh, you should go here. And then I sound like a dick. They'll figure it out. They're grown people. I'm trying to be helpful. Trying to turn people on to places that I like.
So maybe they saw it that way. They're like, oh, it's very nice of
Maybe,
Alan.
sure.
What a nice guy.
Yeah, maybe so. But the Browns are playing in London, yeah? Isn't that right?
I believe that is correct, yes.
Who will they play? Who will they lose to in London, Rob?
Maybe they'll win.
Oh, okay.
Why does it have to be a loss every other?
Oh, they're playing the Vikings? Boy, are the Vikings just moving to Europe? Is that what's going on? They played Dublin this past week, October 5th at Tottenham Stadium. The Browns and the Vikings.
Okay.
Right. There you go. The Browns take over, heading across the pond to London. All right. Oh, good for them. That'll be exciting for everyone involved. Now, I've never been to London, right? It seems like such an egregious absence in my travel, but I've still never been to London, you know? When I was a kid, my dad was there for a month for work. My wife has gone. Friends of mine have been there. I had a friend who lived there for a while. I've never been to London.
Same.
And boy, that Fergie song makes it sound awesome.
Lundy, Lundy.
Lundy, Lundy.
Going down like.
Lundy, Lundy. So I want to get over there one of these days, but I can't go this weekend. I'm going to my daughter's performance at Michigan State on Saturday night. By the way, I got an email from Jennifer just very quickly. She said, I found Too Close for Comfort on Pluto, one of those free streamers.
Yep.
The first time I heard Monroe was, in her words, life-changing, Rob. It's like hearing it in the wild, right?
Yeah.
Because I've beat the piss out of it here just because I love that show so much. And for the uninitiated, it's just annoying to them. But Jennifer finds it, turns it on, because she's heard me talking about it. Monroe. Yeah. Alan, I'm flying to Dublin tomorrow.
Oh, good for you.
Yeah, great. Fantastic. You and Rob should be headed to London for the Browns game. Again, we don't have any connection to them, right? And so I understand that. DVE is the flag. I mean, a lot of their show is Steelers-centric. It's a very sports-oriented morning show. And so that makes perfect sense. Like, they're constantly talking to players and, you know, they should be there. They should absolutely be there. I was just envious when I saw that from the travel perspective. Had it been another city, I don't know that I would have given a fat frog's ass. But I do love Dublin. Alan, if I had the WMMS preset, but also have a screaming 2-year-old, do I still have a shot to win? Is the implication that you're going to bring the kid? I mean, you do have to be present to win if you're going to go to the game.
You'll get nothing. Good day, sir.
And you'll like it. You'll get nothing and like it. So anyway, thank you, Chris, for sending me those Permani Brothers stickers. Makes me hungry just looking at it. I gotta get down there. Speaking of, not stickers, but I pulled up to, I'm getting some gas. I'm running in maybe to get a bottle of water. to the 7-Eleven near me. And I pull up, and there's a guy sitting on the curb that separates like the door to the establishment from the parking lot. There's a guy sitting there on the curb, and he's cargo shorts and Crocs.
Oh, boy.
And he's got kind of his legs crossed, and he is feverishly scratching off lottery tickets. This dude is up against something. That's good old-fashioned poverty right there, boy. Sitting on the parking curb at the 7-Eleven, going ham on some scratchers. And I was like, wow, what's that guy's deal? And then as I'm walking back out to my car, he's getting up, having, I guess, come up with bupkis, walks right back into the plate. He tosses them in the garbage, walks right back in and buys more. I'm like, man, is somebody coming to break this guy's legs?
Just hoping that next scratch.
That's what I'm saying. Like, I wanted to know the story. But it's not like I'm going to ask him. It's none of my business. Bro, what's up? You okay? It's the middle of the afternoon. You are sitting on a curb and this guy looked very sweaty. You know? Looked maybe late 30s, early 40s. Very sweaty. It was a warm day, though. Not his fault. But he was a man of sizable carriage. And he was going through something. Alan, what about that shooting in Michigan? Yeah, that's wild. That's my wife's hometown, Grand Blanc, Michigan. It's outside Flint. And a guy drives his truck into a church. Was this a Mormon church? Was this an LDS church?
It was, yeah.
Yeah, Grand Blanc is not a big town, by the way. This guy drives into a church and just starts firing, kills 4 people, injures 8 other people. He sets the church on fire. The cops kill him, and they say, of course, it was an act of targeted violence. The Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints in Grand Blanc, Michigan. Yeah, I've been there many, many times, where my wife grew up. And they said that the church is a total loss, as you might expect. If you saw any of the footage of that fire, it was intense. Not only the heat, but obviously the image itself was pretty crazy. Where is that here?
Church in Michigan. There, a man opened fire before setting the building on fire as well. In all, 5 people were killed, including the gunman, while 8 others were injured.
By the way, not a tiny church. This was like a massive, not like a cathedral. It was very, it covered a lot of ground. And the whole thing on fire.
The evening anchor at our Fox affiliate in Detroit has been reporting.
Pickup truck that slammed into the front of this church, and when that happened, apparently people thought, okay, maybe someone had a medical emergency. Some people started running outside the church to see what had happened, and when they ran out, this man, Thomas Sanford, investigators say, came out and just started spraying bullets in the parking lot. He was killed there in the parking lot, but not before shooting 10 people inside the church or right outside the church in the parking lot as well, and also setting fire to the entire church. And when he did that, there were so many people who, of course, were trying to get out. They were actually covering children and older people with their bodies, trying to take care of those who are more vulnerable around them. And as they did that, the fire then started, and it's unclear if there were explosives that were inside as well that may have caused the entire thing to then go up. Now, I can tell you right now that some of the people we spoke with, they say that the ones inside that building are, simply put, heroes.
It's very tragic, and that's not what our community is.
Oh, boy. Anyway, yeah, it's pretty wild.
And I was reading, he was a Marine, right? He was a former Marine?
Didn't see that.
Iraq war veteran, I think it said.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
PTSD, probably. Young guy, 40 years old.
And it showed like he escorted Kelly Pickler to like the CMT ball or something like that in 2012. Yeah.
Maybe she rebuffed his advances with extreme prejudice, and he never let it go.
Could you imagine? If only I had.
They said he was from Burton, Michigan. That's about 10 miles north of Grand Blanc there. That's crazy.
It really
is. And again,
is.
let me just reiterate, and of course I'm showing my own biases here, but just let me reiterate, nothing good comes from going to church. You're welcome. Go and do likewise. ran the vehicle through the front door, exited, and started firing shots. Jesus Christ.
Literally.
Yeah. They're trying to find out if it was connected at all to the death of Russell M. Nelson, who was the 101-year-old president of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, the head of the Mormon Church. Now, I didn't hear about that, but why would a guy drive into a church and start killing people because the head of that church died?
Yeah, it doesn't make
it's yeah. I mean, not like any of this stuff makes sense. Yeah, but the epidemic of violence in our country must end immediately, Donald Trump said. Physician, heal thyself, I guess. So again, this is another situation where because the shooter is dead, it's going to be, more difficult. They kind of have to forensically go through this guy's background rather than chatting him up, trying to figure it out. So, yeah, once that story started to go, I think my wife was the one who actually sent it to me because that's her hometown. It's like, holy cow. And again, it's not that big of a town. I don't know where that church is. I don't know every, crossroad of that town. I know it pretty well, but I don't know where that church is, or was, I should say. But, yeah, I don't know, man. I guess that's the price, Rob. That's the price of freedom, is you can just be in there worshiping, and somebody can come in and light the place up. But, yeah, bad news for the people in that community, or in any community like that, quite frankly.
It's just so sad.
Yeah, it's awful. I mean, it's
unnecessary.
There's no, I don't know. There's really no rhyme or reason to it. I imagine that this person thought they had a reason. I mean, we're not going to know what that is unless they end up talking to friends or, that's, to me, is always the most frustrating part of it, is that there's so many times in the aftermath of something like this, whether the person is alive or whether they killed themselves or suicide by cop, whatever it is. The most frustrating thing to me is always when they go back and find out that it didn't come out of nowhere, right? This guy had been online talking about this. But, if friends and family aren't paying attention, or if there are no red flags, that's kind of counterintuitive too. Obviously our brains are kind of set up to look for patterns, and it's frustrating to say the least when people are like, yeah, we never got any indication at all. There were no red flags with this guy. He'd never been in trouble before. It's
just like a switch just goes.
Well, that's
off,
what I mean. Is it's not like every person who comes along like that, who does something horrendous. It's pretty rare where they go, oh yeah, that guy was always up to something. They talk to the neighbor. Oh yeah, we were just waiting for something to happen with that guy. That seems to be kind of in the minority. Where it's more like, oh, we never knew.
He seemed like such a good guy.
He's a quiet guy. Well, I guess that's how you engage in that kind of subterfuge. You don't send up any flares before you go and do something. 9 Inch Nails here in Cleveland not long ago. Trent Reznor and Atticus Ross scoring the new Tron film. It's called Tron Ares, with our boy Jared Leto. And Jeff Bridges is in it, of course. And who else is in the movie? Greta Lee, Gillian Anderson. Hacha hacha. She's in Tron Ares. About every 2 decades, you get a Tron sequel, right? The first one was like 82. And then the last one was 2010. And now we got this one. Tron Ares, soundtrack by 9 Inch Nails, is in theaters everywhere on Friday, October 10th. Now, we are going to do a screening of it a couple of nights prior out at Great Northern Mall there, Phoenix Theaters. So if you want to get to Tron Ares early with WMMS, be caller 10. It's going to happen Tuesday, October the 7th. So 3 nights before it opens wide, you will get to see Tron Ares. Good luck. Caller 10, 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
2025 iHeartRadio Music Festival, presented by Cap.
dramas, if you like heart-pounding thrillers, you will love Cardiac Cowboys. Listen wherever you listen to podcasts.
Sponsored by Jasper.
It's the Alan Cox Show.
Everywhere on our free iHeartRadio app or whatever smart device you have.
Just tell me to play the Alan Cox Show on iHeartRadio.
We now return to something barely worth your time. Already in progress.
The whole thing is f***ing pointless.
The Alan Cox Show.
On 100.7 WMMS.
Devotion to accuracy, by the way. Rob, on that shooting you were talking about. It's hard, or it's easy rather, to mix up all the mass shootings. That guy in North Carolina who shot up the bar from his boat.
Was that the dude?
That's the guy who escorted Kelly Pickler to the awards.
I mixed him up.
Yeah, it's easy to do, right? It's hard to keep all these mass shooters straight. That was the guy that, I got to tell you, I don't even know if I heard about that shooting. A guy on his boat shooting into a bar?
Yeah,
I don't think I heard about that.
It was an outdoor.
Is that while we were gone?
Yeah, I think so. It was an outdoor bar on the water, and some guy just pulled up in a boat and just opened fire on the crowd.
Jesus Christ. Yeah. Okay, well, yeah. Yeah. You know, for as much, I was telling somebody in the break, for as much lip service as we pay to veterans every year when they cut the VA budget, I don't know what they think they're doing. Don't know what they think they're doing. When these shooters are like, oh, the guy was a Marine and he was, he was a MAGA guy, whatever. Whatever information comes out, right? That doesn't really matter when you have a bunch of dead people in a church.
Not at all.
Doesn't matter what the motivation is. But, my dad was a veteran. My nephew is in the Army. He's stationed in Germany, for the next couple of years. And, I was born in an Army base. Like, it's frustrating, to say the least, when they talk about, all the lip service that's paid to veterans. But when it comes to crunch time, they're like, yeah, we're going to, wipe our ass with the VA budget or whatever. Do you know Rainn Wilson?
Yeah.
You know the actor Rainn Wilson? He was, of course, Dwight Schrute on The Office. He's best known for that. I interviewed him many, many years ago. He was on my show in Chicago around 2008. He was in studio. He was promoting a movie called The Rocker, which I liked, but I don't know that a lot of people saw The Rocker. Anyway, he's had his own podcast for a long time. The thing that struck me about Rainn Wilson, in addition to being just as nice as you would hope he'd be, he's very tall. I never know how tall people are until I meet them and I go, Jesus, you're tall. Because everybody in showbiz kind of looks the same, unless you see them standing next to someone else. For a podcast, people are sitting down, right? But when I met him almost 20 years ago, they're very tall. And Rob, I have no indication that he's any shorter now. But who knew that I would have this much in common with this guy? He was talking to our friends Mark Norman and Sam Morrell on their podcast. And they were talking about old movies.
There's certain movies.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Once Upon a Time in Hollywood.
Yes.
Like, you're just not changing the channel.
When I was in high school, they'd play The Breakfast Club, then they'd play Shawshank, and then they'd play...
Shawshank.
What?
What's Tim Robbins' name?
Dufresne.
Yeah. Like, Andy Dufresne. Andy Dufresne collected all the tin cups from the cafeteria. And then there's like a prison... And you're like, what the hell is going on here?
Well, they kept it real. It was gritty.
And this is what they would call a hot take.
Yeah.
Shawshank Redemption sucks.
Are there any other classics that you're like, F that movie?
Goonies.
Wow.
I'm with you on Goonies.
Yeah, that's right. Every time. Now, I haven't said Shawshank Redemption sucks. I say I've seen it one time, and that's fine. But Goonies sucks. Now, he's a little older than me. But I think he's probably a Gen Xer. I don't think Rainn Wilson is 60 yet. I think he's getting there. But yeah, hot take. When I say it, I'm a jag-off.
Maybe they think he's a jag-off too.
Oh, God, he'll be 60 in January. That's crazy.
Rainn Wilson?
Yes.
Wow.
60. Yeah, anyway, I met him the one time, and he couldn't have been nicer. He told this, you want to talk about a harrowing story. I'm going to paraphrase it very poorly, but he told me about this earlier in his career. he had been in a truck or something and he crushed his hand in the door. It was just the way he told the story. I was like, oh, my God. Yeah, Goonies sucks. And I don't care who knows it, Rob.
Sucks.
It's all nostalgia.
All it is 12-year-olds screaming at each other.
That's true.
What's the name of the weird guy with the weird face?
Sloth.
Someone once compared me to Sloth. and I will say that there is a little bit.
I was drunk on Reddit. It's a long story.
Oh, my goodness. Shawshank Redemption sucks. Now, again, I won't go that far, but it is a movie that, for some reason, guys love the Shawshank Redemption.
It's a good movie.
It's fine.
It's a good movie.
I don't understand why it holds such a vaunted position in cinematic history, I guess. I guess that I don't understand. I read the short story back in the day, the Stephen King story. The movie was fine. Saw it in the theater. I don't know that I've ever seen it again. I've seen like bits and pieces of it, but yeah, boy, Shawshank Redemption. Now around here, I get that there's like a local affinity for it. But even before I moved here, I mean, it's, people are like, oh my God, Shawshank. Like, really?
It's great.
But what is it? Man's inhumanity to man, and then perseverance, and crawling through a poop pipe, and then, right?
Yes, it was the poop pipe that did it for everybody, I think.
Well, I like that that's like part of the tourism out there at the Mansfield Reformatory. Hey, here's the poop pipe. Cool. It's like, it's fine. My wife loves that movie. I'm like, it's fine. Yeah, it's fine.
It's a great movie.
They don't need me to love it. There's plenty of other people who will love that movie. They don't need me to do it.
I think maybe they do.
No, I don't think that they do. But, and I don't like to use the phrase, I feel seen, but I feel seen by Rainn Wilson there, Rob. And if I ever have the opportunity, again, to talk to him, I'll be opening with that, with the hopes that he hasn't since changed his mind.
I'd be so great
if I go full, I wouldn't. If I go full tilt boogie on, you know what, Goonies does suck, he'll go, you know what,
I've never misspoken in such a way. I was disgusted with myself after I said that.
It was like I was looking at a different person.
I went back and I watched Shawshank, and it really is a masterpiece. It's one of my favorite films of all time, in fact.
A masterpiece. So, now, do I have the Shawshank Redemption on DVD? Yes, I do. It's in a plastic tub in my basement labeled porn.
Naturally?
Yup. And, it's pretty good. As far as redemptions go, spoiler alert, there's really no redemption in the porn version, but you're not really looking for redemption there either.
Oh, no?
No.
Why's that?
I don't know. Are you? Are you looking for that?
I don't know.
I don't know. Hey, I've got money here for you. Set all that aside. Whether you agree with me or not, we can all agree that you should have $1,000 in your grubby little mitts. So it's your last chance to win today. We will start it all over again tomorrow morning with RMG. So listen closely, and I hope you win. Good luck.
This is your chance to bet with the Buzzard Bookie and win $1,000 now. Enter this nationwide keyword at WMMS.com. Credit. That's credit. Enter it now at WMMS.com.
Alan Rainn Wilson was also in 6 Feet Under. Yes, he was. Love 6 Feet Under.
Was he?
Yes. He was like the mortuary assistant, right? Wasn't he like
that's right.
Yeah. He was the guy doing the embalming.
I forgot all about that.
That was pre-Office, right? Office started in like 2005. 6 Feet Under, I think, was before that. Alan, I'm a 41-year-old woman, and I love, all caps, Shawshank. It's the characters that make me love it. Yeah, okay. I mean,
yeah, Alan.
I think it's the characters in any movie that make you love it, but okay. Literally 60% of the guys I see on Facebook dating list their favorite movie as Shawshank Redemption. Yeah, it's the equivalent of guys whose profile picture is them holding a fish. Now, like I said, and like that woman said, a lot of women love Shawshank. So if you're going to pick a movie and kind of make that part of your personality, you could do a hell of a lot worse. You know, it's not like a guy's like, my favorite movie's Beer League.
That's a good movie.
That might be a bit more pushing a rock uphill.
Well, let me ask you this, though. Do women like the Shawshank Redemption?
Well, it is a different kind of poop pipe in that movie. So what you're going to want to do is you're going to want to keep that in mind if you're watching the Shawshank Redemption.
Trying to fight their way back in, not out. It's probably the difference between the two films, right?
Yes. You don't want to go back and forth between the two orifices at the risk of developing some kind of bacterial infection. That's all I'll say.
Sure.
Some of the girls in these movies are downright heroic in what they are willing to do to test the limits of the human body.
Heroic.
They are, boy. Some of these girls,
Agreed.
You're like, they can't be having fun.
Now, how much money are you making?
Oh, my God. That Bonnie Blue, there's that viral video. Remember Bonnie Blue? She's the one that's like, I took 4,000 men up me bum. That girl, right? She got like punched in the face at an appearance at a club by some girl. Wow. You know, everybody's pouring. I was in London. Everybody's pouring out. They're drunk, just like here. It's like anywhere. And some girl, like full on, punched her right in the face. Now, in her defense, her line of work probably would improve with fewer teeth. But I don't know. That's still violence in any form begets violence. Rainn Wilson was also in House of 1,000 Corpses. Yep, he was. He was Fish Boy, right? He met a gruesome end in that movie. Alan, I think you're thinking of the Shaw Hanks Redemption. That's a lesser-known Robert Shaw, Tom Hanks buddy cop movie. Oh, right. Those black dead eyes. The Robert Shaw monologue in Jaws.
Yeah.
Dead eyes, like a doll's eyes. Remember that? In Jaws. When that shark pulls up on you, we were the USS Indianapolis. The doll's eye. 47 men died.
That's
boat.
That's it.
I'm nailing Robert Shaw, though.
Yeah.
Like a doll's eye.
They didn't even list us overdue for a week. Very first light, Chief. Sharks come cruising. So we formed ourselves into tight groups. You know, it's kind of like old squares in a battle, like you see in a calendar, like the Battle of Waterloo, and the idea was shark comes to the nearest man, that man he starts pounding and hollering and screaming. Sometimes the shark would go away. Sometimes he wouldn't go away. Sometimes that shark, he looks right into you, right into your eyes. You know the thing about a shark, he's got lifeless eyes, black eyes, like a doll's eye.
Like a doll's eyes. God, that scene, not that scene, but like when I was a kid and I saw Jaws, and I was a kid who already wasn't swimming, so I sure as balls wasn't going to, the scene of Robert Shaw eventually getting eaten by the shark.
Spoiler alert.
When he... when, movie's like 50 years old. So, yeah, you're right. I'm sorry. What's good for the goose? I'm sorry. Yes. Dave, are you having that movie spoiled for you?
Yes, I am.
I'm so sorry. Yeah, no, I'm sorry. Robert Shaw's character is eaten by... But that scene of him basically sliding into that shark's mouth, right?
Brutal.
Screaming, and he's, oh, God, that's indelible in my brain as a small kid. I was like, well, I'm never getting that close to a shark.
There was a bar in Rhode Island that they would show that movie in the water. So you could like sit in boats, you could sit in rafts and all that stuff, and they would show the movie on a big giant inflatable screen. Oh, it was so cool.
Yep.
I never did it because I'm way too much of a wuss, but I thought it was cool.
Rainn Wilson also in Galaxy Quest. Yeah, I love that movie too.
I just love that we're going through the guy's entire filmography.
I know, right? Yeah. He was in Super. He was in Code 3. He was in... Alan, I liked The Porn Identity and Done in 60 Seconds. Yeah, those are good too.
Excellent.
The Raw Spank Redemption. Yep, that was good too. I get it. Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Oh, you know who called me back was Marcella. Remember Marcella was leaving me messages because she's got a thing for me?
Mm-hmm.
She's leaving messages again. She was going back and forth with Tyrone. They were arguing with each other, and it was almost like I was an afterthought. They were arguing over me, but it was almost like I was an afterthought.
It was like a love triangle.
Mr. Cook, it's me, Marcella. I love you. I want to come. I'm sick. I'm not feeling so well. I need you to come around me bubble bath. Give me sponge bath, and I sit on your lap and we play charades. And do you hear my fan? Is my fan? It's so hot in my butt. I sweat in my butt, and I put the fan on my sweaty butt. I think I'll help you.
Sweaty butt.
I sweat in my butt.
What the hell's going on
It's
over there?
91,000 damn degrees. I am sitting right next to my air conditioner. Right next to it. It is on the lowest temperature on the highest damn speed. Okay? 64 degrees, and it's on turbo. What do I need to put this bitch on? Power Ranger? I did not sign up for this. When I prayed during the winter months, I asked the Lord to make it warm. I did not say, Lord, please bring the devil from hell and have him sit his ass crack on earth. That's not what I asked for.
The Devil's Ass Crack. Another Rainn Wilson film, by the way. A Rob Zombie joint, I have to assume. Thanks a lot, Alan. I was going to go watch Jaws this weekend. They put it back in theaters for the 50th anniversary, I think. Only time I've ever seen it on the big screen was probably 5 or 6 years ago when Playhouse Square does movies. They'll show like classic movies in one of the theaters, and I went to go see Jaws. It was great.
Now you ruined it for that guy.
Robert Shaw gets eaten by the shark in the last act of that movie. Listen, it was his fault. Roy Scheider told him, you're going to need a bigger boat.
He did tell him.
They just had the Orca. That's all they had. All right. I've got to take a break. If you want to send a text, 35192, AlanCoxShow.com. Want to email me for anything. You can listen anywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
This is the Alan Cox Show on 100.7. Cleveland.
Our phone operators are standing by with their thumbs up their asses, waiting for you to call. So call.
Call the Alan Cox Show. 216-578-1007 or 1-800-348-1007.
Listen as the wind blows from across the great divide. Voices trapped in yearning, memories trapped in time.
Remember this one?
I don't know.
1993. We were talking about Sarah McLachlan last week and the Lilith Fair documentary. She was a creator of Lilith Fair 30 years ago. They have a documentary now over there on Hulu. And we were talking about Sarah McLachlan, like the song that they play over like the ASPCA ads. You know, she's had a handful of hits over the years. This is a banger. Possession was her very first song. It was the first single from her first album. And this was on when I was in Home Depot over the weekend. And I'm just standing there in the aisle. And I got my arms full of stuff. Because when I go to Home Depot, Rob, I go ham, right? I mean, it's like my happy place. And so I'm standing there, and Possession is on the PA. And I'm like, this is a friggin' banger. Her very first song.
Yeah, once I heard the hook, I remembered it. The beginning, I did not remember.
Yeah, Sarah McLachlan, she always had, I think, I mean, she's Canadian, she's foxy. Great songwriter. Like, lyrically, I think she's head and shoulders above her contemporaries. I always thought she had the best, cleanest voice of that whole Lilith era, right? You can have your Alanis and your Jewel and your Tori Amos, and you could make I think Alanis was probably the most successful of all of them, commercially, but I always had a soft spot for Sarah McLachlan. The beauty of the song was, and I remember kind of learning about this at the time when we were playing the song on alternative radio, was it was inspired by a letter that a stalker sent her, and that stalker proceeded to try to sue her for intellectual property. She had a couple of stalkers, the lovely woman. She had a couple of stalkers, both of whom had been writing her letters, telling her about how they were in a relationship with her. And so it was those letters that kind of inspired the song. But one of the two guys sued her, saying that his stalkery love letters was the basis for the song, even though there's no direct connection between what he wrote and her lyrics. So if she did use it as fodder, she was smart, right? She didn't pull from whole cloth. But he killed himself before it went to trial. It was going to go to trial. He was suing her. And he killed himself that fall before. So you have to wonder how Sarah McLachlan reacted to that. You know, on one hand, she's like, well, it's sad that the guy's gone. But on the other hand, like, I don't
dodged a bullet.
I don't have to keep my lawyer on retainer anymore, you know? But again, she's like, look, I was getting a lot of stalkery letters from people. And so she's like, writing the song was, you know, pretty therapeutic. But I think once word got out that that's what was going on with her, people were like, oh, I'm going to write her letters. She just dropped a new album. I was listening to it. After I heard this in Home Depot, I'm like, I wonder what she's doing now. And she just dropped a new album.
Really?
And I was listening to that in the car. Yeah, on the way home yesterday. It's good. I don't know what it's called, but, you know, but that first record of hers with Possession on it, I was like, man, that's a banger. Forgot all about that one.
Same.
Because she had big hits along the way, Building a Mystery and all this kind of stuff. But the new album is called Better Broken. She's put out a dozen. You know, this thing came out literally like 10 days ago. And Rob, I like to think that she's grown as an artist and as a woman. Hey, Corey.
Alan?
Corey. No longer of Tarpon Springs, right?
Oh, hoy, hoy.
Ahoy,
How do you
hoy.
know, you big sweetheart, you?
Well, I'd argue if I could, Corey, but the proof is in the pudding, is it not?
I'm not the only Corey that calls in. What's up, man?
I know. What's going on, dude?
Nothing. I just haven't had a chance. Well, okay, that's a lie. I've called once or twice, but not every day of the week do you have. Your phone screener fella is so pleasant over the phone.
That's what we like. I don't know who it is, but I commend them on their retail voice.
I'm not even gonna lie to you. I'm local now. I am. Did you scrub me from the bureau chief map? I am no longer of out of state. I'm back home.
Yes, I scrubbed you when you told me that you were moving back.
Yeah, that was me lugging a U-Haul, and that was a fun time driving. Anyway,
usually the U-Haul does the lugging, Corey.
Not this piece of junk. You know, people that rent them, they beat them up, man.
Yeah, you're traversing the country with Wyoming license plates.
And I wouldn't have traded for nothing. My wife was behind me with 2 cats, and I had all the whole house in the truck, and I wouldn't trade that for the world. She can have the cats and an 18-hour drive.
Right. Yes. Okay. So
No,
where are you
nothing
guys?
much, man. Just-
Where are you guys living now? Back up here.
Ooh, Fairport Harbor, Ohio.
Oh wow, you're out there, bro. I mean,
Yes,
relative
sir.
to here, I guess.
Well, not to be sentimental, but I've been with you your whole stand in Ohio.
Yeah.
And I'm originally from Madison, which is even further east.
Yep.
My wife's hometown is Fairport, so we ended up going where she was born and raised. So
Madison is wine country, correct?
it's very adjacent.
Yeah.
It's a town of like 1,200 people, and most of it's church and nurseries and farmland. But yeah, wine. Geneva is your wine country.
Okay. Well, then
Yeah, but
wine
no.
grape adjacent, as it were.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Not to do a plug or any unpaid advertising, but if I happen to, do the old cough trick, Ferrante's, phenomenal place.
All right, I'll mark it down. Is it next to Teicher's by any chance?
I don't know what that is. But I'll
Boy,
say
that's
yes,
a deep
to be a
dive. That's
gentleman.
for like 2 people in the audience. That is Ferrante and Teicher's. That is for 2, maybe 2 people in the audience.
Maybe 2.
Okay, well, good. I'm glad that you're alive. The cats are alive. Your wife, I assume, is alive.
Yes.
Yeah.
No, I
Okay.
just want to check in, say, love to hear you locally. I can actually play you on the radio, and I would be remiss if I didn't say, hey, Rob, condolences, man, on your mother's losing her husband.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that.
No problem. I know it's, it's just, I'll let you guys get on with your day. I just wanted to call in and say, yo.
All right, thanks, pal.
Thanks, dude.
Welcome back. There's Corey, formerly of Tarpon Springs, Florida, now from Fairport Harbor. So did you refer to you didn't call him your stepdad, you called him your mom's
I never
husband.
really know what to say. I feel like when I say my stepfather, I feel like I'm not a child, so it feels odd to call someone your stepfather.
Really?
But
Because I had a step-grandfather.
is that how you referred to him, or was it just grandpa?
Well, I didn't. No. My grandpa died when I was 8, so I didn't refer to him. I called him Jim. I mean, I was like in high school.
Yeah, I called my mother's husband John.
I called him Step, Pap, Pap. He's like, shut up. You're 18.
Yeah, I mean, I thought of him in that way for sure. I mean, it wasn't like there was anything contentious about our relationship or anything.
Mhm.
It's just I felt like, I don't know, it just feels weird when you're a guy pushing 50 saying my stepfather or my stepdad. It feels odd. So I stayed away from it.
It's like talking about your girlfriend. When if you're a single guy of a certain age, here's my girlfriend.
Yeah.
Like she's 55. Yes,
Right.
but she's still my girlfriend.
My lady pal.
My lady pal.
I don't know.
Here's my travel companion.
My roommate.
Here is my frequent sexual partner. When she allows me to put it in, I leave it in. I'm bobbing and weaving around her hot flashes. Sarah McLachlan, by the way, going on a 2025 fall tour. Now, a lot of it are Canadian dates. She is Canadian, keeping it close to home. But end of next month, she's doing Detroit, Windsor, across the river, rather. That's Detroit. London, Ontario. We've got bureau chiefs in London, Ontario, Rob. She'll play Toronto, D.C., Philly, New York, Chicago. Is there a Cleveland date on the tour? Hell no. You'd think. You'd think that maybe she'll add it down the road, but you think that she would do like Playhouse Square or the Agora, because she's doing theaters. I mean, she's not doing arenas. She's doing appropriately large venues. But I would go see Sarah McLachlan. She's playing the Save On Food Center in Victoria, British Columbia. How about that? I love some of these. You know this. Providence used to have the Dunkin' Donuts Arena.
Yeah.
I think the name changed.
Yeah, they called it the Dunk. And now I think it's like the Amica Insurance Arena or something.
I'd rather have the Dunkin' Donuts Arena.
The Dunk. It just had a cool name.
Hello, Dunkin' Donuts Arena! We are disturbed. No, I remember when they played the Dunk, and I was like, oh my God, that's hilarious. That's what they're going to do, and
The Dunk.
Sarah McLachlan's going to do the save.
Thank you so much. I appreciate all of you coming out. Thank you so much. It's been a long time since we've toured, and I haven't played any of these new songs, and I'm so excited to premiere them here for you at the Save On Food Center here in Victoria, British Columbia. Here in Calgary, thank you so much for welcoming us to the Scotiabank Saddle Dome.
Such an honor to be here.
It's such an honor to be here at the Canadian Tire Center in Ottawa. Jesus, these naming rights.
Is that a real one?
Yes. Everybody's talking about, people love talking about things in the culture that should be banned or changed or whatever. There should be like a law against these dumb naming rights, because the only places that have that kind of money are like banks, casinos,
We've got some good ones here. Progressive Field sounds cool.
It's fine. At least that's a business here.
Even Huntington Bank it sounds fine on
It's fine, but it's like,
What was it before? There's something.
It was First Energy Stadium. Yeah. I don't know what it was when I first got here. I think it changed to First Energy Stadium after I came to town. I don't remember what it was. I mean, it was just Brown Stadium for a while.
Rocket Arena before that was Gund, right?
It was the Q. It was the Quicken Loans Arena.
Okay.
It was the Q, and it was the Gund before that. It was the Q when I got here.
Got it.
It was the Quicken Loans Arena, the Q. And then it was the Romo Fijo, the Rocket Mortgage Fieldhouse.
Now Rocket
Arena. Huntington Bank Field used to be Cleveland Municipal Stadium.
Right. But that wasn't that different?
That's what I'm saying. Like, it was, but what was it called before? Huntington Bank Field is the only NFL venue that has yet to host a postseason game of any kind. Jesus. Hey, one more record for Cleveland, Ohio. Maybe it was First Energy when I came here. I don't remember. It wasn't Cleveland Stadium still when I don't know. I'm sure.
Because it was called Cleveland Brown Stadium for a second.
Yeah, I'm sure people will tell me. But
it was known as First Energy Stadium from 2013 to 2023.
Oh, okay. And then Cleveland Brown Stadium for a cup of coffee before they got the new naming rights.
Yeah.
Yeah, but what was it before 2013? I got here in 2009. Maybe it was just Brown Stadium then. Maybe it was still, I don't know. Who cares? But listen. I'm not a Cubs fan, but like Wrigley Field, yeah, it's a business, but it's also a family. You know what I mean? It's like a name. Gund Arena, that was a Gordon Gund. I mean, that was a family name. But if you're an artist, and again, I don't think the artists are on stage referring to the name of the venue.
It was called Cleveland Brown Stadium from 99 to 2013, then First Energy Stadium.
Oh, okay.
And then it was First Energy now.
Okay. So it was Brown Stadium.
Or excuse me, Huntington Bank now.
All right. Yeah, I mean, it's not, hello, Scotia Bank. You're not going to, nobody's going to say that, right? How you feeling out there, Scotia Bank Arena?
Scusa.
Mi scusi.
Bank.
Ah, mi dispiace.
Scusi.
Oh, perdon.
Perdone.
It's an AC original right there, Rob. After the Sprite Challenge. Remember that?
I still can't believe that.
Oh, perdon. Oh, mi scusi.
I can't burp. Okay. So it turned into a huge fart.
Yeah, like a butt burp, bro.
That's insane.
I'm submitting myself to girl farts over on Instagram.
Should have done it in some pudding.
Hey, want to see what I can do in my jeans? Yeah.
Scusi.
Scusi. Perdone. Oh, God, I'll tell you what. Speaking of documentaries, all I could think of was you going, ugh. I started watching the Ken Burns country music documentary. It's going to be 16 hours because I'm fascinated by it. You know what I mean? Like history and all that kind of stuff. Because, yeah, he's done the Civil War in Vietnam and all that kind of stuff. And I'm not really prone to watching those Ken Burns documentaries because they're so – he did one on the Holocaust. I think I watched that one. But it's an investment, and I don't have that kind of time. So it'll take me a year to watch all 16 hours. But I was going through the Ken Burns documentaries, and I'm like, I am interested in the country music, the history of country music, right? Understanding history is how you understand people. And to date, 100% of history is behind us. So, yeah, it's fascinating. And so it's 8 episodes, 2 hours apiece.
God.
I'm 3/4 of the way through the first episode. But I'm looking forward to it. It shows all of these, disparate forms of music that came together to, the banjo came from Africa, right? That kind of stuff. I don't know this stuff. It's very interesting to me.
Whoever created the banjo, hearing what it is now, just so disgusted.
No, but it's kind of the same. Like the banjo is
not
not
I mean
that
what it is now. What the music sounds like now.
Oh, what the music sounds like.
Trash country.
Yeah, but that's the kind of music that my grandmother was listening to, when I was a kid. She was listening to Dolly Parton, and she was listening to Merle Haggard, and, John
And that's
Cash.
where you can stop.
Stuff I could not appreciate at all. I don't know even when I started appreciating it.
And once that stuff is done, they can stop the documentary. What are they going to do now? And then, in the 1990s, country switched gears, and all you had to do was write about trucks and dogs and banging your sister. The end. Thank you, Ken Burns.
Boy, that last episode is going to be a real easy one for him to. It's not even going to take the full 2 hours.
Here's an idea for you. What you should do is write about dirt roads and beer. All right? And a gun rack. You got a gun rack? Put one of them in your truck.
Yeah, but I think that, again, I'm the first episode of this documentary. You're starting in like the 1800s, right? And they were singing about living out in the middle of nowhere, and so some of the themes aren't that different.
I don't know if I could watch 16 hours of anything.
Well, I'm going to find out if I can.
Ugh.
But it's going to take me a long time to watch. It took me like a month to finish that Billy Joel documentary, and that was only 5 hours.
4.5 too long.
Well, I'll tell you what's weird, though. And I don't know how old this documentary is, but a lot of people they're talking to in it are dead. So I'm like, okay, well, that guy's been dead for 6 or 7 years, so very least it's older than that, but I don't know. So out of all of the different long-form Ken Burns roads I could have traveled down, I landed on country music because I'm interested in the history of it as an art form. Because maybe that way I can, not that I need to understand it, but, I like the historical aspect of it.
You're going to watch all 16 hours of this and come to work in cowboy boots.
Yeah.
Drawl.
That'll be my new, I'll pick up my dad's drawl from when he met my mom.
Cowboy AC.
Oh, honey. Yeah. Yeah. That's right. AC Cowcatcher, Rob. How do you like that?
All this time, I've been running from who I really was, and I found out by watching a Ken Burns documentary.
I'll tell you what, I fought my heritage. My daddy born in Tupelo, Mississippi. January 28, 1945. My daddy. I never called him daddy.
Daddy?
My daddy. And grew up in Auburn, Alabama. Went to Auburn University.
I spent all these years trying to convince myself I cared about the metal and the songs that wasn't about Jesus. And then, all of a sudden, one day I awoken when I watched that Ken Burns directory.
Ken Burns opened my eyes. I said, I'm no longer a northerner from Chicago, Illinois.
I come from Mississippi, and
From
I
the Delta, baby.
am going to get my ass back into the church and become a solid Christian.
I need to get me somewheres that's 49th in education so that I can learn. Fancy book learning.
I have been saved.
I done seen the light.
Thank you, Ken Burns.
Oh, Kenny Burns.
Like Jesus.
You do good work. Well, listen, it's fussing and fighting and drinking and screwing music, right? Drinking and cheating songs. And it's the spectrum of the human condition, I think.
Bizarro World Alan may now be my new favorite person.
I got to tell you, though, what's fascinating to me as I'm just watching literally like the first hour of this documentary, I'm like, how did all of these people learn to play the banjo? Like, it's a hard instrument to learn. And they're just people sitting around outside their porch playing the banjo.
Well, there's nothing else to do. I mean,
Right,
just
but...
dick around with stuff, right?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Interesting to me. We used to take a gourd and put some strings on it and turned it into, you ain't got no harp, you don't get no tang.
We'd wait for them cow droppings to get hard, and we'd drill holes in the side of them and make them into little flutes.
The Gibson Guitar Company in Kalamazoo, Michigan. I do remember that moved to Kalamazoo. Gibson Guitars getting made there. I don't know that they still are, but they were for a long time. Okay, anyway, I'm off. We will talk to you tomorrow morning. Guardians playoff baseball, right? These are afternoon games, so we won't be here at our regular time. Tomorrow and Wednesday, as of now, we'll be at Flannery's. Rob and I'll be live tomorrow morning, right after RMG, so 10 to like 12:30, because that's when pregame gets going. We will have tickets for you. Make sure you can show us that you have MMS as a preset on your iHeartRadio app. That will qualify you to win tickets for tomorrow. Sold-out game against the Detroit Tigers. So if you're downtown pre-gaming, come say hi to it. We're going to be at Flannery's starting at 10. Right there at Prospect and East 4th. Right in the corner there. What else, how else can people get a hold of you, Rob?
Instagram, WMMS Rob.
I'm Alan Cox Show on socials. This program available wherever you get your podcasts. If you opt for the iHeartRadio app, you can drop us messages there with a red talkback button. Otherwise, voicemails, 216-986-8903. That's the Alan Cox Show After Hours line. And that's it. Thanks, guys, very much. You can watch the show, if you're a real masochist, on the Alan Cox Show YouTube channel. The Corey Roddick Experience, yes?
Yes.
Yes.
We got Miranda burp.
No, bless you. And we'll talk to you guys again tomorrow morning, 10 a.m. live from Flannery's. Hopefully we'll see you there. And we'll see you in hell.
Just before we go, I'm going to go to the bathroom for a bit. Not to cry about you leaving, but just to take a huge dump. So if you hear any crying from the bathroom, not about you. It's the dump.
Be careful of what you say. Be careful in every way.